Ladies and gentlemen, I am advised by the town clerk that we have a quorum. Please take your seats. I call to order the 2019 annual town meeting and acknowledge the publication and proper service of the warrant. I call on Dr. Slayton to lead us in the Star Spangled Banner.
Welcome, everyone. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you, everyone.
I now call on the town clerk to read the roll of deceased town meeting members.
Can I have some silence, please? The honor roll of the deceased town meeting members for last year. Ruth D. Dorfman, James P. Duggan, David A. Daniel G. Partan, Robert M. Stein, Natalie G. Zuckerman.
Thank you. And I call on the town clerk to swear in new town meeting members.
Would all newly elected and re-elected town meeting members please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully and impartially discharge all the duties incumbent upon you as a town meeting member for the town of Brookline, according to the best of your ability and understanding, agreeably to the rules and regulations of the Constitution and the laws of the Commonwealth, and under rules, regulations, and bylaws made on authority of the law? I do. Congratulations.
Okay, the usual set of announcements before we start our proceedings. Please silence your cell phones unless you're using them to follow the proceedings. The seating procedures, as usual, are only town meeting members are allowed forward of the barriers in the aisles, and the front row center is reserved for speakers and town staff. The press can sit in the first row on my right, and handicapped town meeting members can sit anywhere in the front row. Please remember when you're addressing town meeting to start your presentation with your name and precinct, and bear in mind that absent prior authorization from me, the time limit per speaker is 5 minutes. Address your questions to the moderator And I want to briefly go over the new procedures that I've implemented for late motions, that is, motions that you wish to file that have not gotten into the supplemental mailing. And it would also apply to motions that are not for next Tuesday, that are not distributed on the second session on Thursday. First, run the motion by me. Secondly, get it to the Selectman's office, Ms. Goff, noon on the day before the session at which your motion will come up. And it will be published on the town website and distributed over the 2 town email facilities. This is an experiment. If there is abuse, by which I mean there's an excessive number of people who file late motions, I'll have to rethink this new procedure, but we're going with it for this town meeting, and it's barely acceptable. Bear in mind, please, that when you file a motion the day before a session of town meeting, it means the advisory committee and the selectmen have yet another agenda item to deal with prior to the meeting, and that's one of the things that held us up this evening. So we'll try it. Now, this meeting has every indication of being a difficult one for all of us. I'll do my best to make sure that decorum and civility is maintained in town meeting, but I need your help. Remember, these are your friends and neighbors, and that all of us are here to do what we think is the best for our beloved town. And a subset of that little speech, I want to read an email that I sent out a week ago concerning the Baldwin project, for those of you who did not receive this email. The Baldwin Project war, which did such an efficient job of turning neighbor against neighbor in our town, is over, at least for the time being. The war will not be refought in town meeting. I will not allow comments, remarks, or questions about the Baldwin Project or any of the related litigation. I will, of course, allow speakers to refer to Baldwin as it relates to the larger school issues facing the town. And if this distinction is not clear to you, I'll do my best to make it clear at town meeting tonight, if the occasion arises for me to do so. And that's it on that subject. The Town Meeting Members Association annual meeting will be held on Wednesday, June 5, 7 o'clock in room 103 at Town Hall. We will deal with the articles in the order in which they appear on the warrant, with 2 exceptions. I call for a motion to move Article 10 relating to the Newbury acquisition to reposition it as the last article to be dealt with at this meeting. We don't have a deal as we speak, and this will give us time to reconsider Article 10 if we happen to have a deal by the end of this town meeting. Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Secondly, there's a motion to consider Article 20, for which there will be some speakers from Brookline High School. That's the first article that we deal with on Thursday evening. Is there a second? Someone make that motion, please? Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We will have a single debate on the Waldo Durgan articles, which are 13 through 15, and we'll also consider Articles 25 and 26 together. That is a single debate. Other than that, each article will stand on its own 2 feet and be debated separately. We now have our usual dry run electronic vote. You will have a 60-second voting period during which the names of the town meeting members by precinct will scroll through twice on the screen. At the end of the voting period, there will be another 30 seconds during which there'll be a third presentation, just so you can check and make sure that your vote has been properly recorded. If your vote was not recorded or was improperly recorded, your first stop is to see Kelly Durgan in the back of the auditorium, and she'll issue you a new handheld device. Your second stop is the town clerk to make sure that your vote is changed to the one that you intended. So the motion before us for our test vote is resolved that the town should build an amusement park on the Newbury campus. And you can start the voting period whenever you wish. Okay, press 1 if you're in favor of that resolution, 2 if you're opposed, 3 if you're abstaining. And you need only press once, and your device should read back that your vote has been recorded. The ayes have it, and we'll deal with that when we get to Article 10. My handheld device, by the way, is not operating, so I hope somebody can take care of that before we have an electronic vote. So we now proceed to Article 1. It didn't work because it was turned off. Okay, Article 1. The motion under Article 1 is on page 1-2 that the town establish the number of measures of wood and bark to be 2. It's moved by Mr. Friedman, seconded by Mr. Fernandez. Mr. Friedman.
I'm Harry Friedman, Precinct 12, speaking on behalf of the Advisory Committee. When the chairman of the Advisory Committee, Sean Lynn Jones, first asked me if I would be interested or willing to present the Advisory Committee report on Article 1, he also offered to help me with my puns, P-U-N-S. Now, for those of you who are new to town meeting, or those of you out in television land who are tuning in for the first time, my colleague Stanley Spiegel has traditionally given this report, and he has liberally peppered his remarks with puns about wood and trees and bark. However, when Sean asked me if I needed help, I declined. It's not because I'm bored with the puns, or or because I thought that the presentation needed sprucing up. I declined because I thought, and I told him, not that he asked me, but I told him, that I thought that for too long this article had become the laughingstock of warrant articles, and that I thought it really should be treated seriously. And I was a person to bring back a certain sense of gravitas to this article. So I would not need his assistance in doing any puns, because no puns would be harmed during my presentation. I happened to be at a dinner party shortly thereafter here in town, and there were some friends there from Brookline and some from out of Brookline, and I happened to mention that I would be doing the presentation on the appointment of measurers of wood and bark. And the reaction among all my friends was the same. What the fill in the blank is a measurer of wood and bark? So I explained to them the somewhat apocryphal story that is in your combined report about the Brookline resident who had delivered to him a load of firewood, and he had ordered a cord and thought it was underweighted, and they had called in the measurers of wood and bark. Now, I have always prided myself on my ability to tell who was several logs short of a cord, but that had nothing to do with wood and bark. So I had told them this story, and it didn't answer all their questions. They came up with other questions. For instance, was wood and bark a growth industry, like high tech, that we should be exploring? Should the curricula of the Brookline school system be changed to better introduce our students to the world of wood and bark? And finally, was it true that there were wealthy parents spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to get their children into colleges, such as UM0, otherwise known as the University of Maine at Orono, or SUNY Plattsburgh, in order to expose them to schools that specialized in the world of wood and bark, as opposed to, quote, more prestigious places such as Harvard and Yale? I was determined to get to the root of this, and so I started doing research. And I spent many hours in the library and many hours online, and pretty much came up dry. So I determined that I would have to contact the two measurers of wood and bark. This proved to be no easy task, because these are very, very, very busy people. It's 3 berries. But I finally managed to corner one of them, and the first thing I discovered was that they are so busy that they specialize. One specializes in wood, one specializes in bark. And I happen to be with the one who specializes in wood. And I said to him, "What is it that you do all day? Do you enjoy your job? Do you find it frustrating? Tell me what you do." And this is what he said to me in his own words. See if this works.
I talk to the trees, but they don't listen to me. I talk to the stars, but they never hear me. The breeze hasn't time to stop and hear what I say. I talk to them all in vain.
I was so excited to hear this that I immediately ran back to the advisory committee and gave them my report. And now you know why the advisory committee unanimously recommends favorable approval of the motion offered under Article 1, appointment of measurers of wood and bark. Thank you.
So Mr. Friedman, you're auditioning for Dr. Slayton's job? Mr. Fernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hey, everyone. Raul Fernandez, speaking for unanimous select board. Appointing measure, well, hey. Thank you. Appointing measurers of wood and bark is a tradition that goes back at least to the 1830s here in Brookline. These unpaid stewards of fair dealing stand with rulers at the ready should any resident need to ensure that the wood that they paid for has been fairly measured. Along with the sealer of weights and measures, this position speaks to our community's intention to be just and fair in all of our dealings. Now, who would bark at that? The Select Board recommends favorable action on Article 1. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries 187 to 1. Article 2. Article 2 relates to collective bargaining agreements. There being none before us, the motion is for no action by Mr. Lynn Jones, seconded by Mr. Fernandez. All those in favor of no action under Article 2, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Article 3. The motion is on the bottom of page 3-1, moved by Mr. Fernandez, seconded by Mr. Doggett, that the town authorize the treasurer to enter into compensating balance agreements. Mr. Fernandez.
Raul Fernandez, speaking for unanimous select board. Favorable action on Article 3 would authorize the town treasurer, with approval of the select board, to enter into compensating balance agreements for fiscal year 2019. These agreements would allow the town to maintain specified amounts of deposits, which may or may not be interest-bearing, in exchange for reduction or elimination of cash payment for bank services, saving the town money. The select board recommends favorable action on Article 3.
Mr. Doggett.
John Doggett, Precinct 13, and for unanimous advisory committee recommends favorable action on the motion offered by the Select Board. Thank you.
On that motion, those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 4. Motion again is on page 4-1 to allow the town to establish special revenue fund to accept, voted that the town will accept bottom of page 4-1, chapter 44, which establishes a special revenue fund known as the PEG access and cable related funds, etc. In the words of the motion, moved by Mr. Fernandez, seconded by Mr. Sandman. Mr. Fernandez.
Raul Fernandez, once again, speaking for unanimous select board. Article 4 allows the town to establish a special revenue fund to accept public educational governmental or PEG payments made to the town by cable companies in accordance with their licensing agreements. The town needs to accept this provision in order to comply with state law. Accepting this statute will allow the town to transmit $80,000 of these PEG funds from RCN and Comcast to Brookline Interactive Group. The Select Board recommends favorable action on Article 4.
Mr. Sandman.
Mike Sandman, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3, and member of the Advisory Committee. Speaking for unanimous Advisory Committee, which recommends favorable action on Article 4.
Those in favor of the motion at the bottom of page 4-1, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 5. The motion is on page 5-4, moved by Mr. Fernandez, seconded by Mr. Sandman, that the town amend its general bylaws to establish and authorizing revolving funds for use by certain town departments, etc., in the words of the motion on page 5-4 over to page 5-5. Mr. Fernandez.
Raul Fernandez, once again, speaking for a unanimous select board. Article 5 allows the town to establish a bylaw that would create a school bus revolving fund in alignment with the state's Municipal Modernization Act. This fund allows the town to collect the fees charged to high school students who take buses from South Brookline, a program that began in 2018, and utilize the revenue to operate the program. The district operates 2 buses to transport the program's capacity of 144 registered students over 7 trips on a daily basis. In year 2, there is no recommendation to change the fee for this optional service. The law requires the fund to be set to a maximum balance or maximum level of recipients and end expenditure. The recommended maximum balance for this revolving fund would be $75,000 and can be found under the revolving fund section of the budget vote under Article 9. The Select Board recommends favorable action on Article 5.
Mr. Sandman.
Mike Sandman, speaking for the advisory committee. Select Board Member Fernandez has taken all my lines. Speaking for the advisory committee, recommend favorable action on Article 5.
On the motion on page 5-4 to 5, those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 6, the motion is for no action, moved by Mr. Franco, seconded by Ms. Benka. Mr. Franco. It's going to get more difficult, I guarantee you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and through you to the body. Ben Franco for a unanimous select board. The town bylaws require the subject of Article 6 to appear on the warrant of the annual town meeting. The article is intended to update town meeting of the status of capital projects and special appropriations the body previously approved. Has money been spent, and if so, how much of the funds have been exhausted in the last year, and how much remains available for expenditure? Tables are included in the combined reports, which provide town meeting members with the required information. For the body's information, under state law, any funds that are declared surplus are closed out at the remaining and the remaining balances are declared free cash at the conclusion of the fiscal year. When the combined reports were first distributed, the Select Board and Advisory Committee offered different recommendations to town meeting on the appropriate action under Article 6. Since the May 7th election, the board and committee's recommendations have come into agreement, and both groups now recommend a vote of no action. The source of disagreement had been on the question of whether to rescind town meeting's previously authorized $4 million bond authorization for HVAC work at the Driscoll School. The board and the committee now both believe it imprudent to rescind the Driscoll HVAC bond authorization until there's clarity on whether a new Driscoll School or a substantial renovation of the Driscoll School will be carried out. Expenditure of the bond funds and completion of the needed HVAC work immediately would be financially imprudent. Spending money to fix a major building system that could be replaced in short order makes little sense. However, should the community decide not to undertake a major project at the Driscoll School, the $4 million at issue will need to be expended so the Driscoll School building can continue to function, if only just barely. We will hear more from the chair of the Select Board under Article 9, the budget article, about the Driscoll School generally, and specifically about the process that will be undertaken to decide how best to address Brookline's current classroom and capacity needs. At this time, the Select Board recommends a vote of no action on Article 6.
Thank you, Ms. Benka. And ladies and gentlemen, we have 231 out of 248 town meeting members present at this meeting. Congratulations.
Carla Benka, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13, speaking for the Advisory Committee. As Mr. Franco noted, initially the Advisory Committee voted favorable action on Article 6. However, on May 8th, the committee reconsidered its previous position and changed its vote, recognizing that the future of the Driscoll School is now uncertain and that the bonding might be needed at a future date, to fund major repairs to the school. So by a vote of 19 to 1 to 1, the advisory committee recommends no action under this article.
Mr. Nanian,
Could I ask whether the $4
you
million?
can tell us who you are first.
Sorry, Scott Nanian, town meeting member, precinct 10. Can I ask whether the $4 million appropriated is sufficient to actually renovate the HVAC in Driscoll?
Ask your question again, please.
Could I ask perhaps the town administrator whether $4 million is actually considered sufficient to renovate the HVAC at Driscoll?
Mr. Kleckner?
I believe it is, but I'm going to ask Mr. Masak if you could clarify that. Mr. Masak is a building project manager who was involved in this earlier estimate. Thank you.
Ray Masak, project manager for the building department. Yes, it's adequate for a new HVAC system. We had our consultant evaluate it, come up with a system, and also did an estimate.
My understanding was the last estimate that we had came in above the $4 million.
That is
amount.
correct, because we only had one bid.
And what was that amount?
About 5.4, but it's still one bid.
Thank you.
Thank you. On the no action motion, those in favor of no action under Article 6, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 7. Article 7 relates to payment of bills of prior years. There being no such unpaid bills. No action is moved by Mr. Fernandez, seconded by Mr. Doggett. All in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 8. Motion on the top of page 8-2 that the town establish an additional property tax exemption for the coming fiscal year, moved by Mr. Franco, seconded by Mr. Doggett. Mr. Franco.
Good evening, Ben Franco for the Select Board. Article 8 asks town meeting to continue past practice and double property tax exemptions for specified groups of Brookline taxpayers: widows, disabled veterans, citizens, seniors, and the blind. State law establishes the groups of taxpayers eligible for an exemption through this warrant article. Town meeting may not add or subtract groups of taxpayers from the state mandated list, nor may town meeting elect to double the exemption afforded to one group of taxpayers and leave another at the statutory minimum. While many groups members receive their exemption automatically, the members of several groups must pass tests that may include means and/or occupancy before they receive a tax reduction. Town meeting must vote annually to increase these property tax exemptions above the statutory minimum, and this body has done so for over 30 consecutive years. The cost of the town taking this action, again, is relatively minor, approximately $55,000 in the coming fiscal year, and will be funded out of the tax abatement overlay account. While the cost is small, the impact adoption of the increased tax exemptions has on the lives of some of Brookline's most vulnerable residents is profound. The Select Board unanimously recommends passage of Warrant Article 8 with a vote of favorable action.
Thank you, Mr. Doggett.
John Doggett, Precinct 13, and for unanimous advisory committee, votes for favorable action on this motion. Thank you.
On the motion at the top of page 8-2, those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Article 9. The motion under Article 9 is that of the Advisory Committee. Motion starts on page 9-77 over to page 9-91 and is accompanied by 3 pages of charts. Moved by Mr. Lynn Jones, seconded by Ms. Benka. We will first hear from the Advisory Committee and the Selectmen, and after which I will explain how we will deal with the entire budget article. So I first call on Mr. Lynn Jones. for his annual budget statement.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Sean Lynn Jones, speaking on behalf of the Advisory Committee. I'm very pleased to present the Town of Brookline's budget for fiscal 2020. There's a lot to discuss this year, but I need to start by thanking some of the people who helped with the fiscal 2020 budget process. A big thank you goes to Town Administrator Mel Kleckner, who oversees the preparation of the town's financial plan. And special thanks go to Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff, who has worked closely with the Advisory Committee on this year's budget, despite having to juggle a lot of other responsibilities. Thanks also to Assistant Town Administrator Justin Casanova Davis, who joined the town staff this year and assists Melissa on budget matters. As we do every year, we thank all the department heads and other staff who come to Advisory Committee hearings and meetings to explain their budgets and answer many questions. We particularly appreciate their efforts and the efforts of all town employees to deliver a high level of services during a time of budgetary constraints. Brookline is blessed with an exceptional group of public servants. We appreciate the time that school committee members, Superintendent Andrew Bott and Deputy Superintendent Mary Ellen Norman have spent meeting with us to explain the fiscal 2020 school budget and school capital projects. We continue to appreciate Deputy Superintendent Norman's attention to the details of the school budget, her efforts to reform the way it is presented, and her endless quest for precision. She's truly done a remarkable job. The Advisory Committee doesn't always agree with the Select Board, but we thank all the members of the Select Board for working so hard to address the many fiscal challenges that Brookline confronts. We offer special thanks as we say goodbye to the former chairs of the Select Board and School Committee, Neil Wyszynski and David Pollock, who have devoted so much time and energy to town government over the past few years. Fortunately, both remain in town meeting. We welcome Raul Fernandez and Sharon Abramowitz to the School Board and School Committee, and congratulate, if that's really the right word, Bernard Green and Julie Schreiner Oldham as the new chairs of these two bodies. Finally, I thank all the members of the Advisory Committee, the hardest working committee in Brookline, for devoting so much time to preparing for this town meeting, and I particularly thank the subcommittee chairs for all the work they've done. I never cease to be amazed by their willingness to meet for 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes for 3 hours or more, to review the budget and warrant articles. On behalf of the entire committee, I thank our highly capable executive assistant, Lisa Porcher, without whom we wouldn't be able to function at all. Above all, I thank Vice Chair Carla Benka, who is the person who enables the Advisory Committee to do its work. Carla keeps us organized, coordinates the schedule, and keeps in touch with town staff and department heads. Without her help, it would just be impossible for me to chair the committee. Carla also wrote all the explanations and analyses of the CIP items in the budget this year, as she does every year, and they always provide an invaluable amount of information about what exactly is happening with each of those capital projects. So turning to the budget overview, what are the key features of the budget you're going to be voting on? Well, there's $285 million in general fund operating expenditures, plus another $9.8 million in revenue-financed CIP items, including a wide range of repairs and improvements to town buildings, parks, and sidewalks, streets and sidewalks. There's also a bond-funded appropriation for the school feasibility study for the Pierce School, for improvements to waste and wastewater systems, and repairs to the exterior and windows of town and school buildings. But because of the May override vote, the CIP does not include the bond-financed appropriations for Driscoll and Baldwin. On top of what we actually appropriate, we have to chip in $8.8 million in non-appropriated expenses, including the charges for MBTA and Norfolk County, We're always trying to do something about the Norfolk County charges, but it's an uphill battle, and maybe one day we'll get there. But it's $1 million or so that we're annually assessed and don't have any choice over. In addition to those appropriations, which add up to about $304 million, in the budget motion, there's another $34 million or so in spending by enterprise and revolving funds, mainly for water and sewer costs, but there's also over $4 million in the recreation revolving fund. Now, what are the basic features of this budget? Well, it continues the same pattern we've seen for recent years. We don't see a lot of new programs and initiatives in the town departments. Last year, we had some additional funds made available by the override, which went largely to the school budget, but partly to the town to fund some new positions and increase the spending on building maintenance. This year, on the other hand, we have a level-funded town budget for the most part, with increases limited to step increases for wage and salaries and the collective bargaining agreements. There are a few important examples of increased funding that the town administrator was able to add after the initial financial plan. We saved some money because our health insurance costs came in lower than expected. That was split according to the town-school partnership, but the town was able to partially fund a park ranger program, increase the council on aging custodial staffing, which the advisory committee particularly supported, and there's funding for Newbury College planning expenses because the reserve fund transfer the advisory committee voted for that purpose only takes us through the end of the fiscal year, and we don't know if we're going to need money beyond that. We also have continuing support for the new programs and initiatives that were made possible by the override, particularly the repair and maintenance of public buildings where there's a growing backlog, and the DPW has been able to acquire some new equipment. And we do have a full-time sustainability coordinator in the planning department now to advance our goals as a green community. There are a lot of towns and town departments that asked for more funds and came to the advisory committee sometimes to advocate for them and filed their requests with the deputy town administrator. But given this is a level-funded budget, there wasn't money for additional personnel in the fire department or the building department and additional clerical staffing in the town clerk's office. Maybe some of these requests can be revisited in the fall if we get more state aid than expected, as we often do, but that will depend on what's happening on Beacon Hill. Overall, revenue increased at almost 5%, 4.7%, largely because of the operating override. But that's just property tax revenue. When it comes to state aid, local receipts, fines, parking meters, excise and meals taxes, revenue stagnated, which is a cause for concern going forward. As usual, when you look at the overall budget, where did the money go? It goes to a small number of departments. If you just look at the departmental budgets, excluding things like debt and interest. Schools get about 60%, police 9%, fire 8%, public works 8%, and building 4%. That adds up to about 90% of the departmental spending. And that, of course, excludes some of the things like the MBTA that I mentioned before. We have a lot of departments we love a lot, like the library and Council on Aging, but they don't get a big share of our funds, and they continue to do a great job, of course. This budget, again, reflects fiscal responsibility and prudence. Our funding for pensions and OPEBs, post-retirement health benefits, continues to increase, augmented by additional contributions from free cash. Together, just spending on pensions and OPEBs adds up to about $30 million. We also keep a large unreserved fund balance, and all of this helps us keep our AAA bond rating. I'll say a few things about the school budget. This year, it's a little over $117 million, plus a small additional appropriation, if you read the table, for about $93,000 for vocational educational assessments. This is because under state law, if someone from Brookline goes to a vocational school, technically it can't be funded in the school budget, but it's got to be in the budget because we're paying that cost for sending our student to that school. The school budget's up 6.1%, largely because of the override, pushing the increase beyond the usual Proposition 2.5 rate of increase, and 85% of the school spending goes to personnel. Now, there are a lot of different ways you can measure how much of our budget goes to the schools. It's about 39% of the $304 million overall budget, 40% of appropriated expenditures. But if you take into account all school-related expenditures for benefits, building maintenance, debt service, it's about 60%, which happens to be the amount of departmental spending, which I talked about before, 60%, which doesn't include all those other non-departmental categories. In November, you might remember, we talked about a significant school budget deficit that had emerged somewhat surprisingly at the end of the previous fiscal year. The Public Schools of Brookline has taken steps to monitor and control expenses and to avoid any inappropriate use of revolving funds. And we're very satisfied that those steps have been taken. There's still a problem, though, going forward with the school budget. It faces a structural deficit. Because revenues this year fell short of expectations, requiring some budget cuts. For example, in the area of school supplies, there were some unpopular cuts to the tune of about $300,000. Next year will be the final year of the 3-year override plan, and maybe it will be possible to reduce that kind of revenue shortfall, because in the 3rd year of the 3-year override plan, we're going to be relying mainly on non-tax revenues, and the town has the opportunity to set some fees rates in a way to make sure that the revenues meet expectations. The advisory committee talked a lot with school personnel about the revolving fund for food service because it has a large deficit. Basically, students don't like the food, and that eats into revenue. I had to do it. We haven't had enough puns tonight, have we? But the schools are looking into ways to either find a new food service contractor or bring the services back in-house. The schools are facing particular pressure from sources beyond their control, particularly the number of out-of-district students, in special education students, who require out-of-district placements, paying tuition and transportation costs. There's a very large increase in that category. For fiscal 2020, they're setting aside a reserve fund to try to deal with that. We do applaud the Public Schools of Brookline for making the annual school budget so much more transparent and comprehensible. We hope to see some progress to updating the PSB chart of accounts, and we also would like to see at least an attempt to estimate the benefits associated with the various programs, employee benefits. Looking ahead, I'm going to turn to what some people, when I give the long-term outlook, call the doom and gloom part of the speech. Because if you read the financial plan town administrator prepares, there's always a huge budget projected for the out years. This year, it's going to start at about $5.3 million in next fiscal year, 2021, and grow to $22 million in fiscal 2024. Of course, these deficits never materialize, in part because we reduce costs and increase revenues as we have done year after year, and we have to budget the balance each year, so the cumulative net deficit never adds up. But it's not always necessarily going to be easy to balance future budgets. Right now, we're facing pretty good economic conditions: high growth, low inflation, low healthcare cost inflation, a booming real estate market, all of which should make for a very favorable budget outlook. Unfortunately, even though all these things are happening, our state aid is stagnating, and we face the structural deficit. Makes me wonder what would happen if we faced an environment where economic growth stagnated and inflation increased. We've always followed, at least in recent years, a few solutions to the budget deficit problem. We vote for operating overrides. We did it in 2008, 2015, and 2018. And in 2018, it was supposed to be a 3-year plan, at least it was presented as one, which suggests we might have another override in 2021. These overrides have brought in revenue that has kept vital programs going, but there are 3 problems with them. Higher taxes make Brookline less affordable, changing the character of the community. The increased tax burden may make it harder to win public support for debt exclusion overrides. I wrote that before May 7th, just so you know. It is indeed a problem, and sometimes that's the only way we have to finance our major capital projects. And at some point, Brookline's voters may tire of operating overrides. which would force the town back into a situation as it's had confronted after Proposition 2.5 in the early 1980s. A dramatic shortfall of revenue and the need to make some very difficult fiscal choices. Another problem associated with overrides is now that they've become almost routine, periodic 3-year overrides, we don't approach them the way we used to. Before this year, and particularly before 2015, a committee would study town finances in detail. They'd look often at the capacity of citizens to pay, how the cost of government in Brookline compared to that in comparable communities, and specific estimates of what the override would mean for increased taxes in the context of other tax increases that might be coming online from debt exclusion overrides. This year, we didn't see so much of that analysis. I'm not sure if it would have changed the result of the debt exclusion override vote, because over the years, we have had an impressive willingness to approve operating overrides at least. But still, I think the principles of good government call for transparency, analysis, and communication whenever we have an override question on the ballot. The other solution to the deficits is to limit the budgets and to underfund repairs and maintenance. The town administrator's office does a fantastic job of holding the line and trying to keep expenditures under control. But there's ultimately a cost. Level funding means that some things don't happen. And the advisory committee is particularly worried that we're not investing enough in our capital stock, especially buildings and roads. We've had several studies in recent years that have pointed to this need, but you only need to drive down some of our roads to see that some of them are overdue for being resurfaced. The advisory committee has channeled more money into roadway repair and maintenance. The DPW does a great job with the funds it has, but it's not something we can use to balance the budget in the long run. We have some new revenue opportunities, marijuana and Airbnb, but they're both double-edged swords. Marijuana is one of the most promising, and it may be that it exceeds expectations because we're currently not planning on a major increase in revenue. Once we see what happens when 4 stores are up and running, we may well have a very large revenue stream that we'll be able to use, plus the payments we receive under the host community agreements. But neighborhood concerns are an issue with the marijuana stores, and we don't know the full burden it's going to impose in terms of the costs. Airbnb is another matter. State law now allows us to regulate and tax Airbnb or similar short-term rentals, and that could be a great future revenue stream. But it poses even more risks to the character of our community. It's going to generate revenue on the plus side. It might enable some people to stay in their houses while they're paying higher Brookline real estate taxes. But on the minus side, short-term rentals can have many negative effects. Instead of long-term residents, neighborhoods become full of transient visitors with no stake in the future of the community. And you hollow out a neighborhood eventually. It becomes not so much long-term residents, but short-term visitors. The housing market changes because so many of the units become short-term rentals. The shortage drives up the price of the remaining units, making Brookline even more unaffordable. And the price that people can get for short-term rental becomes the base for basically assessing what you might charge in rent and what a unit is worth. So we might face some difficult choices when we have a warrant article in the fall on Airbnb and other short-term rentals. I won't go into too much detail on the town's increasing levels of debt. They're not increasing or projected to increase quite so quickly because at least in the short term, we won't be borrowing money for Driscoll and Baldwin. However, even if you exclude those projects between the high school and Devotion Coolidge Corner and the previous debt we're accruing, we're already beyond many of our policies in terms of limiting the amount of debt per capita and so on. We do have to worry at some point whether this is going to jeopardize our AAA bond rating. The other good news when it comes to the long-term fiscal outlook is that the town now has a Brookline Fiscal Advisory Committee, which is a response, in effect, to the advisory committee recommendation that we have a long-range financial review committee. So far, the Bristol Fiscal Advisory Committee, under the chair, David Kirshner, has been looking at the town's long-term financial plan. It's been examining how the town's school partnership, for example, works, and generally reevaluating some of the policies. And it's looking at the way to address the structural deficit, the imbalance between projected revenues and expenses. It's a slightly narrower charge than the advisory committee recommended, but we hope something good can come from this committee that's not so wrapped up in day-to-day business and can take a longer-term look. One big element of the budget, we'll be talking about it at some length tonight, is the Capital Improvements Program, the CIP. I'm not going to talk a lot about each item. I'll just remind everyone that it is fantastic that we have a CIP. It guarantees that we have money set aside to make critical investments in buildings, infrastructure, parks, and equipment. It may be that it's never enough, but it's a lot better than not having this systematic effort to address our capital stock. I'll mention a few items that we will definitely debate tonight. On item 36, fire station renovations, and item 69, the Pierce School, there are amendments that essentially require that these projects include analyses of how they could be carried out to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to the greatest extent. And the advisory committee recommends favorable action on both those amendments. On item 39, the Woodland Road traffic calming, neighbors and town meeting members have expressed some concerns about that project, and they would like to move some of the money to sidewalk repairs and reconstruction. The advisory committee recommends no action on that amendment. The main event tonight, I think, will be the discussion of the resolution calling on the select board to put on the ballot a debt exclusion override question for four-section Driscoll School. The advisory considered that. It recommends favorable action on the resolution and no action on the motion to refer that resolution. And I think we'll also have an interesting discussion on item 44. Some of it's already been online regarding the fire call boxes that have been a problem for a long time because we don't want to get rid of them, but they're very expensive to maintain. I think the proposal, although it's not cheap, strikes the right balance. The moderator asked me to say a few words about what we do next regarding school capacity. And although my words are my own, they draw on some of the consideration of the advisory committee. There's a lot to be said, and I was thinking, how did we get here and what went wrong? But first, there is a positive side to the story. We can't really congratulate ourselves too much, but remember, we've moved forward on a Brookline High School major renovation and expansion that will ensure that the elementary school students who've been coming through the system will have somewhere to go when they get to 9th grade. The Coolidge Corner School is another project that we've successfully completed, and although it seems like forever ago now, we added capacity at Lawrence, Heath, renovated Runkle, and it's actually somewhat amazing that we've done so many things in the last decade that have improved the schools and added capacity. But of course, there are some issues. We have not addressed every question as well as we might have, let's say. What went wrong here? It's an interesting history. My overview would be that we started by asking, is our solution to the classroom capacity problem going to be effective? Will it give us the rooms we need where we need them? Is it efficient? Is it going to cost a reasonable amount? And is it politically possible? Although that sometimes was the third question, beyond the first two. We initially at the advisory committee, and everywhere I think, thought one school was the way to go. The advisory committee, we thought, well, one school that could be expanded in the future if necessary might be even more efficient. But a few years ago, we had a move to a 3-site solution, which built political support by appealing to multiple communities, but sacrificed efficiency by being much more expensive. And as it turned out, the third element of that 3-site solution ended up not being politically popular, probably an exception to the first two, the Driscoll and the Pierce renovations. That leaves us where we are now. So I have a few thoughts on where we should go. These are mainly personal, but they may reflect the advisory committee, and I also went to the school committee's capital improvement subcommittee, where they're already looking at a broad range of options in a very thoughtful way. Here's the advice I would give. Driscoll needs to be part of the solution. It's had a huge enrollment increase. It's due for renovation, overdue for renovation or replacement. And there's support for making Driscoll a 4-section school. Pierce also needs to be part of the solution for pretty much the same reasons, and we've already entered into the MSBA process. We should recognize the Baldwin proposal is dead. Fourth, we should accept, that we should actually encourage perhaps, that at least part of the solution should not depend on a debt exclusion override, because, well, overrides can fail. Right now, the two options in that category, Maimonides and Old Lincoln School, are at least under consideration. And both could potentially provide, in the short run, capacity without an override. And as I said, you can't count on an override to provide all the classroom capacity you were hoping for from an override. Recognize, additionally, that some of our solutions might be temporary. A rental or use of Old Lincoln might be a stopgap. Using Old Lincoln wouldn't mean it would forever be taken out of the category of swing space, but it's there and it might be used at some point, and those principles might get us moving forward a little bit and fighting the same old battles. We do need to get beyond the divisions that have plagued us in this debate. Far too often, I think we've been adopting positions based on what the people we disagree with want and people we don't like want, and blaming another party for the problem. And I would just say that if your immediate reaction to what I'm saying is, but I've always been willing to compromise, it's just the other guys, just think maybe you're part of the problem, not part of the solution, because it's going to take a lot more thinking about town-wide solutions and accepting compromises to move forward here. Looking into the future, going beyond those temporary solutions, one or two things are likely. Brookline will need to build a new school. One or more large parcels will become available. I just say, remember the proposal for a land bank. We might well need that, and we should continue working on that to have that capability. I want to conclude with something a little bit unrelated to the budget. And the moderator has given me the latitude to say a few words. I have an announcement to make. This will be my final budget speech to town meeting, because I've decided not to seek reappointment to the advisory committee when my term expires at the end of June. As some of you know, my wife and I both retired from our day jobs a few months ago. We're looking forward to enjoying our retirement, and it has become clear to me that it will be a lot easier to enjoy our retirement if I'm not devoting countless hours to the work of the advisory committee. After I retired from my day job, it dawned on me that I really liked retirement because it meant I wasn't always caught up in the press of deadlines, and I didn't have to make lots of decisions that made many people unhappy. And then I thought about what it was like to chair the advisory committee. And I realized that the next step, should be to relinquish the chair, the position as chair, and actually, not to continue with the advisory committee because my term is up this year, and to instead enjoy my retirement. Now, you may not believe this, but it has nothing to do with the current state or tone of Brookline politics and any of the intense debates we've had. I actually plan to remain very much involved in the town's civic life. I will continue to serve as a town meeting member, and I'm going to explore other ways to contribute. It's been my great honor and privilege to serve on the advisory committee since 2003 and to have been elected chair for the past 4 years. And I thank all the present and former committee members who've taught me so much. I thus conclude my final budget speech by moving the advisory committee's recommended budget for fiscal 2020. By a vote of 19 to 0 to 4, the advisory committee recommends favorable action on Article 9 of the fiscal 2020 town budget, with a general appropriation of $284,947,167, and revenue finance special appropriations of $9,767,030 for a total appropriation of $294,714,197. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn Jones, and I express my appreciation for the job that you've done as chair of the advisory committee. You've been great to work with. Mr. Green, for the Board of Selectmen.
Town Moderator, I am Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and speaking for the Select Board on Warrant Article 9. This is my maiden voyage. First, some thank yous, starting out by thanking the Advisory Committee, in particular its hardworking chair, Mr. Sean Lynn Jones, thanking them for putting together the budget materials, and particularly Mr. Jones for giving such a clear presentation of the details of what is a pretty complex budget. He makes it sound easy. The Advisory Committee, of course, would not be able to do their work without the many people who have been involved in the budgeting process from late summer and early fall 2018 to today. We give special thank yous to, of course, Town Administrator Mel Kleckner, Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Gall, and Assistant Town Administrator Justin Casanova Davis, who worked as a team to bring everything together, pulling together the budget requests of town departments into a coherent whole and shepherding it through the Advisory Committee, the Select Board, and now to you, town meeting. Next, let me give some shout outs or some welcomes. As chair of the Select Board, I extend to our newest member, Raul Fernandez, a warm welcome and congratulations on his election. He is replacing Neil Wyszynski, who decided not to run after giving the town many years of service on the town's executive board, and is returning to you in town meeting as a fellow legislator. So let's give him a round of applause. Raul, our newest Select Board member, is Associate Dean for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion at Boston University. He will bring that focus, among others, to the Select Board, which will be very important, adding to the successful efforts of this board in increasing the diversity of our applicant pools for new positions and numbers of actual hires throughout town government, among other things, but that's a really important metric. He has also articulated a desire to work to increase the diversity of the town's leadership on boards, commissions, and other town bodies, including town meeting and the Advisory Committee. Let me say that this is not a task for a committee or a Select Board member or the town moderator alone, but it is the responsibility of each one of you. If you care about this issue, it is your responsibility to identify people in the community or in your social circles, and there should be diversity in your social circles. Identify such people who have the skills, the time, and the willingness to serve. I've discussed this issue with the moderator, and he's committed to this with respect to the Advisory Committee, and just need those of you who care about this issue to bring to his attention a diverse potential selection or diverse selection of potential advisory committee members who can be appointed when openings present themselves. So let's not view this as something that Raul brought up and he'll take care of it. It's your responsibility. I also want to mention our new state representatives, Tommy Vitolo, who we all know from his years in town meeting. Is he here? I saw people looking that, okay. We know him from his years of serving on town meeting, as well as all the other things he does in our community. And our other new state representative, Nika Elugardo. Representative Elugardo's district covers Precinct 5, I believe, and she and Tommy, okay, Precinct 5. She and Tommy joined Representative Coppinger and Moran, and of course our great state senator Cindy Crean in representing Brookline. I've had the opportunity to spend some time with Representative Elugardo, who many of us did not know until the November election. She is an incredible and extraordinarily talented legislator who has hit the ground running immediately upon her election. Most important to us is that she has a keen appreciation of Brookline as an important part of her district, which is mostly in Boston. And she is committed to working with our other representatives to make sure that the issues that are important to Brookline get a fair hearing on Beacon Hill. And I think that's really something we need to take advantage of. We have two new representatives, both of whom are great, and let's make use of them. Last but not least, by any means, I want to welcome our new Recreation Director, Lee Jackson. She has been acting director since Lisa Paredes left, and we now welcome her to her new position as Director of the Recreation Department. Okay, so let's talk about Warrant Article 9. At the Select Board meeting this afternoon, well, let me first say, what I say in many ways is going to be duplicative of some of the things that Sean Lynn Jones said. Unfortunately, we didn't coordinate speeches, but he noted three things that I think are very important. And that is that any solution to the enrollment problem that we have here in Brookline is going to include Driscoll in some form. It's going to include Pierce. And also, very importantly, that he said that part of the solution should not depend on an override, meaning we should solve some of this problem with funds, with resources that don't require an override or vote of the electorate. I would add that any solution must also be global, must address the issues of overcrowding that impact all but one of our schools here in Brookline. So, at the Select Board meeting this afternoon, we voted as follows with respect to items under Article 9. The Scanlon Amendment concerning firehouses and the schools was voted 2 yes, 0 no, 3 yes, 0 no, and 2 abstain. The Khan Amendment to capital items 39 and 43 were voted 0 yes, 5 no, and 0 abstain. The Ananian resolution was voted 3 yes, 2 no, 0 abstain. The Scollier and the Siegel amendments were not taken up because, given that we voted for the Ananian amendment, they were actually moot. 2 members of the board voted against the Ananian resolution because they felt that the Select Board should not be locked into any step with respect to addressing this issue without a comprehensive plan that addresses more than just Driscoll. One member who voted yes wanted to note that he felt that any plan that we come up with must be a plan that includes more than just a four-section Driscoll project. So let's start with a discussion of our ongoing efforts to address school issues. Last year, Neil Wyshynski noted that the town has been struggling for years to find a way to provide proper school facilities for our growing student population, and we are still struggling. The town, in my opinion, suffered a devastating setback when Question 1 failed to pass. Despite the failure of Question 1, our capacity problems due to growing enrollment remains a big problem. Enrollment growth, like real estate, is all about location, location, location. Brookline is centrally located on public transportation corridors that provide quick access to Boston and Cambridge, and the burgeoning biopharmaceutical, medical, educational, financial, legal, and other industries that are growing and making Boston metropolitan area one of the most vibrant in the country. These industries bring large numbers of professionals and others to our area, many of whom have the means and the desire to live in a community like Brookline. Those professionals also bring their children. We can guess that maybe that means that our population will trail off in the future, but I think that's unlikely. I think it would be foolish to believe that variations in enrollment projections over a 5 or 10-year horizon signal a downward trend that should be seen by us as eliminating our problems. The need for the capacity that would have been provided had Question 1 passed is still a pressing need for our town. But it was not to be, so what do we do now? As I have said many times, we have to step back, take a deep breath to open our minds, and carefully figure out how to put all the necessary pieces together to address our townwide enrollment problems that refuse to go away. My challenge as chair of the select board is to work with the rest of the select board, the town's school committee, organizers of both the yes and no campaigns, and others to figure out what are our next steps in addressing this problem. I believe the solution must be a comprehensive and thoroughly and thoughtfully designed plan addressing the needs of all 7 schools that are over their capacity and taking into consideration one of the messages from the election, that voters want us to be careful and prudent in how we spend their money. If town meeting votes to move item 67 for a 4-section Driscoll, or if it does not, the select board is still responsible for proceeding to work with the school committee on such a comprehensive plan for the schools. Select board may choose from any one or none of the following options with respect to an override. Put an override on the ballot before September 15 based on town meeting's appropriation tonight. Put an override on the ballot in the early fall with an appropriation of the money by town meeting later in November. Getting an appropriation from town meeting in November and putting an override on the ballot at a special election within 60 days thereafter. Calling a special town meeting to vote an appropriation and putting an override on the ballot at a special election within 60 days thereafter, or scheduling an override at the May 2020 town election and getting an appropriation at the May 2020 town meeting like we tried this year. The select board's immediate task is to work with the school committee, in my view, on 2 steps. Step 1, and I have talked to Julie Schreiner Oldman and discussed this extensively with her. She's the chair of the school committee. And I asked her to work with the school committee to come up with a school department solution to be in place and functioning by the start of school in September 2019. that would complete the corrective actions required by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, listed in their March 14, 2019 letter to Superintendent Bott, address any other conditions of substandard spaces for learning, counseling, or provision of special services for children with disabilities, and take steps to put a dent in the overcrowding that affects 7 of the 8 elementary schools in the district. There are many ways to accomplish these tasks. The school committee must be innovative and think outside the box. For example, the solution could include, without limitation and in no particular order, any combination of the following options, some of which I think they discussed at their subcommittee meeting tonight. Use of amenities, if that's available. Use of Baldwin. It's still our property. It's still our school. It is a school, and we should get something out of it. Use of the Oak Street condominium properties. Use of modular units or appropriate school sites. Rental spaces. Adjustment to class sizes. And changes in educational programs that don't require extensive public process and don't run afoul of the MSBA. So those are some ways in which I think we can address Sean Lynn Jones's suggestion that some of our solution must be possible without going for an override. Step 2, and this is what really relates to the discussion we're going to have on item 67. And that is, what are we going to do between September and, I guess, the end of the year? So the select board, working with the school committee, will develop a long-term plan that addresses the problems of overcrowding and substandard learning spaces that still afflict our schools on a comprehensive basis that is responsive to the many and varied messages of the voters and is fiscally prudent. We must come up with a plan that, if it includes a request to the select board for a debt exclusion override that does not include Baldwin or another large classroom capacity project or projects, it must show significant capacity gain at Driscoll, which I am told could be done without going back to feasibility. In any event, such a plan could incorporate any of the above options I mentioned with respect to what we're going to do in September, plus Newbury, if available, Old Lincoln, when it becomes available, and or other properties that may become available in the future. So despite the unfortunate, in my view, failure of the debt exclusion vote on May 7th, there are good, albeit second best, solutions that we will work to implement. I think that's a framework for a comprehensive solution. First step will be in place in September 2019, and the details of the second step will come into focus over the next few months. With respect to item 67, the select board voted in favor of that. Whatever town meeting votes, however, presumably the above framework will address the concerns the town meeting members have. So the budget you vote on tonight is a carefully crafted and prudent budget that provides a strong foundation for the town. Item 67, addressing Driscoll School, will be a part of that, and we'll have a full discussion. To keep that foundation strong, however, requires a growing and vibrant community that generates tax revenues from commercial real estate and personal property taxes and excise taxes, both from hotel rooms, meals, and marijuana. Such tax revenue, which I don't do, okay. Such tax, as I've told my doctor, I've never smoked anything that was illegal, and since marijuana became legal, I haven't smoked that either. So these revenues will supplement the residential property tax and hopefully help us keep it within control, within a good range. So I'm not going to really go into details of our challenges, our opportunities. I think Sean Lynn Jones did a very good job in that, and all the things that I had written down in my notes here, he covered way better than I could have covered. So I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to do is to talk about a challenge that we have that must be addressed if we're going to solve any of these problems, whether fiscal, social, whatever. And that's something that I mentioned in a statement I read before the select board when I was elected chair. And just to be brief, that challenge is the challenge of resolving the differences and divisions in our town that in many ways reflect the divisions that we see nationally in America. Just like America is going to have big problems if we can't figure out those divisions on a national scale, Brookline will ultimately have big problems if we can't figure out how to resolve those differences at a town level. Hopefully we'll be able to do that, and we all should be working towards that goal. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've been pretty lenient about applause during presentations because most of the applause has been for people who were being praised by the speaker. But the general rule here is that you will please hold your applause until the presentation that you're approving of has been concluded. Thank you. Now, yes, I concluded my presentation. You now have the budget before you. It begins on page 9-77. You'll be well advised to turn to that page in your combined reports so you can follow us as we walk through the budget. We'll first deal with the conditions of appropriations, which are paragraphs 1 through 12 on pages 9-77 through 81. And with respect to the condition of appropriations and any other item that comes before you as I go through the budget, if you have comments or questions, please come to the microphone and I'll recognize you. The next set of items that we deal with are the capital expenditure items, numbers 13 through, well, it's actually the numbers are 35 through 69 on pages 9-81 through 86. And some of those, as you've heard from the presentation so far, are sought to be amended. And when there's an amendment proposed, we will have a brief debate on the amendment. We will then vote on the amendment and vote on the item as amended. Those are the only votes that we'll take as we go through the budget, and then we'll have an omnibus budget approval vote at the end of the budget. Before you ask questions about any capital item, I would encourage you to look at its counterpart, the extended, more comprehensive explanations which are found on pages 9-59 through 75 of the Advisory Committee's report. Those expanded explanations may give you the answer to your question, but nevertheless, feel free to ask as we go through them. After we, of course, the item that you're all waiting for and that has been mentioned is the motion offered by Mr. Ananian under item 67 relating to the Driscoll School. That will be a rather extensive debate. I have 20 or 30 people signed up to speak on both sides of that issue. So we will have the debate, deal with Mr. Ananian's motion and the referral motion offered by Mr. Spiegel and Mr. Lescoyer. We then we'll have a section on free cash, which is paragraph 14 on pages 9-86 to 87. Then we proceed to the separate departmental and non-departmental budgets found on the charts at the end of the budget motion. I will go through the departmental budgets one at a time. And this has traditionally been a time when town meeting members can come to a microphone and address questions to department heads, the cognizant department head. These questions need not be confined to budgetary questions. And this is not a gotcha session. It's a session in which you're entitled to ask questions and obtain answers, and the more responsible citizens among you have learned to ask your questions in advance and inform the department head that you want to ask what they are, so that the department head can come up with a coherent and responsive answer. And that is the case, I think, with most of the questions that I'm aware will be asked of department heads this year. We then move to the school budget. We'll hear at that point from Superintendent Bott, then the non-departmental expenditures, and we'll conclude the budget discussion with a vote, an omnibus vote on the budget, which will include the separate votes that you've taken as we go through the budget. So, against that unfortunately complicated background, conditions of appropriations, paragraphs 1 through 12, on pages 9-77 to 81. We turn then to special Yes, Mr. Lynn Jones.
Yes, Sean Lynn Jones, Precinct 1 Advisory Committee. Just there's a correction to the enterprise fund for water and sewer. I think you were informed, just point of order to put that in there before we vote.
Yes, I'm sorry. On page 9-79, paragraph 7, first line, the number at the end of that should, instead of the $30 million number, the number should be $28,564,475. The same number that's bottom right of the chart directly below the first paragraph. Thank you, Mr. Lynn Jones. Turning now to the special appropriations. Item 35, $55,000 for the rehabilitation of town buildings. Item 36, $600,000 for repairs to fire stations. And Ms. Scanlon seeks to amend that motion. And if you look on the purple supplement number 3, her motion is under paragraph 36 is found at the top of that purple supplement, and it's to add the 6 or 7 lines at the end of the current motion. It's been approved by the advisory committee and the and the selectmen, but it's moved by Ms. Scanlon and seconded by Ms. Cunningham. I call on Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. I'm Kathleen Scanlon, Precinct 3. Just to give you an idea where I'm coming from, I'm an architect. I've worked on K-12 school modernizations and plenty of LEED projects. I sit on the Select Board Climate Action Committee, and this committee worked with the town planner, Maria Morelli, to develop Brookline's Climate Action Plan, which was adopted by the Select Board in 2018. And I was also a member of the Net Zero 9th School Committee, chaired by Warner Lowy. The goal of this committee was to research and advocate for ways to achieve net zero on new school projects. The committee collaborated with staff from the planning and building departments, along with representatives from the school department and school committee. So since the committee's inception in 2016, there's been a paradigm shift. We've had changes in awareness, understanding, and commitment to address climate change here in Brookline and on a global level. We passed Article 21 in fall of 2017 to reduce our energy consumption and ensure more net zero practices. In 2018, as I mentioned, we adopted the Climate Action Plan, and that essentially revised our climate goal. The goal of the Climate Action Plan is to prioritize planning to achieve zero emissions by 2050, which means no reliance on fossil fuels, town and community-wide. We had a perfect storm of the IPCC report, the National Climate Assessment, deadly wildfires in California, and Merrimack Valley gas explosions, and then it became clear last fall we needed to move away from gas and other fossil fuels. Finally, in December of 2018, town meeting passed amendments for warrant articles 2 and 3, which imposed a condition that no funds be used during schematic design for non-emergency fossil fuel operated building systems for the 9th Elementary School and also for Driscoll School. So here we are in 2019, another town meeting, and we still currently do not have a green policy in place to help staff guide their decision-making on building projects and how to make the most of construction dollars to achieve our sustainability goals. Because we don't have a policy, I've met several times with Dan Bennett and Charlie Simmons from the building department who would do this work and have drafted the amendments that you see tonight to give them as much flexibility as possible. When I submitted this amendment for the fire station renovations, I wanted to be clear as possible that it's not acceptable to build the status quo with fossil fuels, period. Staff must study alternative fossil fuel-free systems and evaluate that they make sense technically and financially. We need to send a clear message. We don't build fossil fuel heating because we don't want to spend money ripping it out in 20 years as we move away from gas systems. Town meeting has to be a leader on this issue because it's not going to happen without our votes, despite the best of staff intentions. Some of us wonder how many town meetings in a row we need to make these amendments before they will be included by staff in every project they send to us for funding approval. The amendment was carefully drafted not to require expensive changes, but rather to be sure that the building department is both directed and authorized to look at all of this in the context of our long-term climate action plan. The condition is drafted so that the controller will be able to release the funds, not after making some complicated assessment of cost, but simply if the building department can show them a copy of the study or cost comparison he's done showing he has looked at a green option. As an architect, I now work on a few projects with GGD, Garcia Galusca de Souza, the same engineers working on our school projects. Asking them to look at green options in the context of a project does not require extra time or money and would just be part of evaluating the systems for a project. No added cost. Please vote yes in favor of the fire station renovation fossil fuel-free amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Benka and Ms. Cunningham, would you come forward and sit in the front row, please? When I call the next speaker forward, it's for the purpose of expediting our process here, and please come forward and sit in the front row. Ms. Benka?
Carla Benka, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13, speaking for the Advisory Committee. The Advisory Committee met earlier this evening to review the amendment to Special Appropriation Number 36 proposed by Kathleen Scanlon, intended to advance the objective of zero reliance on fossil fuels townwide and community-wide by 2015, a major goal of the Brookline Climate Action Committee. As noted in the Advisory Committee's recommendations for the item 36, there has been no final determination as to whether the $600,000 in CIP funds will be used for HVAC and lighting communication improvements for stations 1 and 4, or will be used to begin the implementation of measures to mitigate the impacts of potentially hazardous environmental factors in our 5 fire stations. If the funds are to be used for the former purpose, the HVAC and lighting communication upgrades, then the petitioner's amendment is certainly relevant. She has confirmed that the primary focus of her amendment is not to request a formal study by an outside consultant on the feasibility of all electric building systems in the firehouses, but rather to make sure that green options are investigated and assessed before the HVAC systems are replaced. It's the Advisory Committee's understanding that the Director of Public Buildings, Charlie Simmons, is already in the process of assembling information on systems that will move the town toward zero emissions, so that investigation is already underway. And so by a vote of 20 to 1 to 2, the advisory committee recommends favorable action on this amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham?
Hi, my name is Lisa Cunningham. I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 15 and a lifelong environmentalist and climate activist. I'm also a LEED certified architect. I'm speaking in strong support of Kathleen Scanlon's amendment regarding the fire station in Pierce School and our moving to a completely fossil fuel free infrastructure. There's been a lot of talk about kids lately and doing the best for our children. I want to talk about what I think is the most important thing that we can do for our children and grandchildren. In fact, a moral imperative. A new UN report concludes that 1 million species risk extinction because of human activity, and that the destruction of nature threatens humanity. A report issued in the fall of 2018 by the IPCC, or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, said that we need to move aggressively to cut our carbon emissions by almost 50% in the next 11 years in order to stave off the worst effects of climate catastrophe and stay within a 3-degree Fahrenheit temperature change, a change that is constantly being revised upwards. Our current town goals are woefully inadequate, and we are unprepared and underfunded. To take the necessary steps to do anything meaningful about this goal, we cannot continue to build any more fossil fuel infrastructure. We must move quickly to an all-electric, 100% renewable energy-based infrastructure. I'd like to quote Greta Thunberg, who is a 16-year-old Swedish student who has led global climate strikes throughout Europe and the world. She said the 5 most important issues for the EU elections in 2019 are: 1, climate and ecological breakdown; 2, climate and ecological breakdown; 3, climate and ecological breakdown; 4, climate and ecological breakdown; 5, climate and ecological breakdown. This issue is not just the most important priority for the EU, it is the most important priority for the vulnerable earth that we inhabit and the future of our children and grandchildren. I urge every town meeting member to look at every decision through this lens and act and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heller.
Nancy Heller for a majority of the select board. 3 of us were in favor, and there were 2 abstentions. Let me just address the issue of the abstentions. I think that the abstainees were concerned about the not having complete information, especially about the MSBA, and I'll just talk about that in a second. But I believe this motion is crafted in such a way as to provide maximum flexibility in considering what fossil fuel measures we can take in making repairs to our fire stations and in beginning the process of the Pierce feasibility study. And it's important to remember that it's very, very significantly easier to get these measures in place at the beginning of the process, not wait till later. They're more expensive later, and it's much harder to tailor fossil fuel-free systems at a later date. We don't have an answer to some of the questions that we have as to how the MSBA will respond in relation to Pierce. But because the motion includes in both pieces of the vote the language to the greatest extent possible, we can confidently proceed knowing that we have flexibility in considering what the greatest extent possible means in terms of our current situation. This motion signals to the town, to our staff, our consultants, to the MSBA, that we are really very serious about fossil fuel-free buildings and climate change. And it's important to send that signal and to carry this out in every project in the future so that we can meet the Select Board's climate action plan. We adopted the plan that was recommended to us by the Climate Action Committee to cut our emissions totally by the year 5050. We've got to get going on that, and as Lisa mentioned before, we have a challenge before us to cut our emissions by 50% by 2030. So we need to get going. This is the way to do it. I urge favorable action. Thank you.
On Ms. Scanlon's amendment, those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries by a vote of 225 to 1. Now, what this means is that when you pass the, as presumably you will, pass the omnibus budget vote, this item will be amended as you've just voted. Yes, Mr. White.
Mr. Moderator, George Everett White, Precinct 9. I have a question about the fire department, the renovation of the stations. Is this appropriate time to raise it?
If it relates to this capital item, it is. Otherwise, you can wait for the fire department budget. But
well, I think it does.
Okay, try it.
If I may, I'll go ahead. I don't know if Chief Sullivan is here.
Chief Sullivan is here.
Chief Sullivan. So my question is this. On several previous occasions, I've asked about appropriations we've made for the living space for the fire personnel and such things as couches, chairs, etc. Now, in light of this issue, the concern about pollution, I'm wondering when this furniture, this equipment that's been promised for the fire personnel, when this will be installed. When may they expect it?
Chief Sullivan?
John Sullivan, Fire Chief. We are anticipating the refurbishment of the furniture within the fire stations as part of the larger project of decontamination of the entire building so that we don't put new furniture in, have it become contaminated, and then have to do it again.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 37, $900,000 for upgrades and replacement of the police and fire department's radio infrastructure. Item 38.
Sandy.
Mr. O'Neill.
Yes, sir. Donald O'Neill, Sr., Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. Just have a question for the Chief Police in regards to the body cams.
Let's wait until we get to the police budget.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
Item 38, $50,000 for refurbishing the drafting pit at Station 6. Item 39, $265,000 for traffic calming studies and improvements. Ms. Khan moves on the yellow supplement number 4 to amend this appropriation by reducing it in the amount of $133,000 as contained in her motion at the top of the yellow supplement. And by the way, that paragraph that begins with the figure $133,000, you should delete the words "be retained." So that paragraph should read $130,000 for crosswalks, etc., be transferred to item 43. So really the motion is twofold. It's to reduce item 39 and increase item 43 by the same amount, item 43 being for the rehabilitation of sidewalks. That motion is made by Ms. Khan and seconded by Ms. Coffin. Ms. Khan. And Mr. Dempsey, would you come forward, please?
Hi, Janice Kahn, town meeting member from precinct 15. So I'm here. First, I want to explain why I filed this amendment. So the Woodland Laurel Neighborhood Association filed for traffic calming in 2013. So actually 5.5 years ago, and that was driven by the need for actually a traffic light, a signal at Hammond and Woodland, which is the site of dozens of accidents, including injuries to pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. Here we go. Can we go to the next slide? So you may not know the area that I'm talking about. So this is the entire Woodland Road neighborhood, which goes from really Hammond Pond Parkway across Hammond Street and over to Heath Street. So that's the whole line, just to give you some context about what I'm talking about. Oh, thank you. So actually, I only need this one slide. I've changed my presentation. So the reason that this is before you is that traffic calming projects always begin the same way, with a neighborhood request signed by at least 10 residents or 50% of the area residents, whichever's less. And that's important because traffic calming is structured to be a collaborative process between the DPW Transportation Division staff and consultants and neighborhood residents. So once there's neighborhood consensus, the approved plan goes through a series of public meetings. It goes to the Transportation Board for authorization. So I'm here before you today is because the neighborhood felt that there was a breakdown in this process, that it had gone through past its second meeting, and then without any warning whatsoever, an element was added to the traffic calming project, an island, a pedestrian refuge island with a flashing beacon on it on Heath Street, actually, not on Woodland Road, which is not in this particular. But so that seemed very much, the neighborhood was very concerned about that. It never was reviewed. The first time we heard about it was at a February 25th Transportation Board meeting. And the neighborhood, because we had not been brought along, because we'd never had a discussion, this became an issue of contention. So, so that's why I filed this amendment, and felt that there was certainly better use for this money than a traffic island that had never been seen before, that had no buy-in from the neighborhood. And however, this is the however. So this evening I've been in conversation with Transportation Board Chair Chris Dempsey, who has given me assurances that there will be more public process on this island, and that we can revisit the single issue, which was the flashing beacon, which was a definite source of contention for the neighborhood. And I am willing to go down that path and not move my amendment at this time. However, I reserve the right to bring back a budget amendment in the fall if this public process really fails again. And thank you very much for looking at my neighborhood more. And for understanding that we have a public process for a reason, and we should honor that. Thank you.
So you are not making
So I
a
am
motion?
not gonna. I will not move it at this time, but reserve the right to bring it back.
Okay, Mr. Dempsey, to the extent that you would like to address town meeting after that withdrawal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The intent of my conversations with Ms. Khan was to avoid us taking time on this issue at town meeting, and I think we have a firm agreement and compromise on this that seems to be supported by the select board and the advisory committee and others, given past conversations. So I'll end it there and look forward to more conversations with Ms. Khan and the neighborhood on this.
Now I have Ms. Coffin and Mr. Sandman for the advisory committee, and Mr. Green for the Board of Selectmen. If you want to add anything to what's been already said, feel free to do so. Mr. White, you have a question?
George Abbott White, Precinct 9. I'm delighted to see Mr. Dempsey at the fore, because I'd like to ask him a question for my neighborhood. My neighborhood, I'm sorry I don't have a very good slide, But if you go down Harvard Street, and you,
Well, hold on, Mr. White.
I just got started. Wait a minute.
Yes, I realize that, but the item before us is a $265,000 appropriation for traffic calming studies, et cetera. And if your question relates to that capital expenditure, I'll certainly allow it. Otherwise, hold your fire.
You betcha. We'd like to have a little calming in my neighborhood. And unless I'm mistaken, one of my colleagues, Beth Cates, wrote to the Transportation Board asking that it be considered, since Waze is sending streams of cars down Fuller, Coolidge, and Thorndike streets. And unless I'm mistaken, and he can correct me, she was told that she was in the queue. Our neighborhood was in the queue, and in 2020 it would be considered. That's I'd hate, as my father would say, I'd hate to hang that long.
Well, Mr. Dempsey?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chris Dempsey, Chair of the Transportation Board and Town Meeting Member of Precinct 6. The queue for neighborhood improvements is much longer than we would like. Town transportation staff is limited. They have limited bandwidth, and we do our best to try to balance some of these longer term initiatives that are very much needed with some of the more immediate things that face us as a board and as a town. So we wish the queue were shorter, and your neighborhood, which does deserve attention and care on transportation, is in that queue, and we promise to move it ahead as quickly as we can. If there are things in the interim that are more shorter term, such as a crosswalk or a pothole or something like that, we always welcome those comments. The next Transportation Board meeting is Monday, June 17th at 7 p.m. at Town Hall, and we always have public comment to start out the public meeting.
Thank you. Item 40, $31,000 for bicycle access improvements. Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is this thing on? I've been to about a billion.
Okay.
James
could you-
Rourke, Precinct 15.
Thank you.
And there's no easy fix to this problem. And that it's going to require a lot more thought and effort than you think. As I found out in yet another Transportation Board meeting, there is no comprehensive traffic plan for that area because it's a part of a larger and longer area that begins on Newton and Brookline Streets and ends at the intersection of Route 9 and Hammond Street. It's come up on the Heath and Hammond project. It's come up with the Baldwin School project, and that what people seem to think it's going to be more than speed bumps and flashing red lights. All right, and which I don't recommend. But we don't have the we don't have the support of the Department of Public Works on Route 9 to time lights, which has never happened. I live right on Hammond Street, and as I say, I don't mind spending money. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I want to spend it so there's a comprehensive traffic plan that starts at the beginning and goes to Route 9 and Hammond. Because if you look at it as sort of piecemeal, people will die, people will get frustrated, phone calls will be made, and we're going to waste more money that we don't have. So I don't mind spending it, spend it wisely, and you develop a more comprehensive plan. But as I said to Mr. Dempsey at one of the transportation meetings, they wanted to put the Baldwin School in there, but they never had an adequate transportation plan that would address these things that have existed for a long time. So if you think that this is the little nexus here is going to will fix that, it's not going to happen. And as I say, I support spending more money on this thing because it is a much more complicated problem than you can understand.
Mr. Dempsey, would you like to respond?
Very quickly, Mr. Moderator. Chris Dempsey, Chair of the Transportation Board. The Transportation Board heard hours of public comment around the proposed Baldwin School and transportation changes that would have to occur. And we heard loud and clear from the neighborhood that traffic is already a challenge there today. whether or not the Baldwin School arrives. And so I just want to assure the town meeting members in that area that we heard that message, and even though the proposed Baldwin School is not happening, that we intend to continue to address what we can in that neighborhood. We're not able to address every single issue because some of it is a regional traffic issue with cut-throughs and folks going through Brookline. But the things that we can control, we will try to, and you have our commitment on that.
Thank you. Item 40, $31,000 for bicycle access improvements. Yes, ma'am. Item 41, $161,040 for parking meter technology upgrades.
Sorry, I was speaking on 40. My name is Bettina Neuerfeind. I'm Precinct 1. My question maybe for Mr. Dempsey as well, or anyone who can speak to it. My concern about the bicycle improvements is to the extent that the improvements involve sharrows and not physically protected bicycle lanes. I think it's the experience of most people who have used the sharrows and who do attempt to share the road that most of the time might makes right, and there is very little public education or enforcement of the sharrows. And as a practical matter, precious few people are going to be taking advantage of the sharrows if there is not a coordinated campaign of public education as well as enforcement. And I wonder if that sort of an effort is part of the plan.
Mr. Ditto? Mr. Corain?
Todd Crane, Transportation Administrator for the Town of Brookline. The proposals are for bicycle improvements on St. Mary Street and Ivy Street as well. These proposals were reviewed by the Bicycle Advisory Committee, are included in their Master Green Routes Master Network Plan, and then approved by the Transportation Board. The accommodations on St. Mary's are sharrows, shared lane markings. We have been working with the Bicycle Advisory Committee. They are drafting an educational brochure that will be distributed, hopefully widely, so that to educate on cyclists as well as drivers on how to utilize the sharrows appropriately. Also, we've been working with the Brookline Police Department. We use some of our TNC monies. You'll remember this body approved money for the TNCs for distracted driving enforcement. That was a direct result, I believe, of questions last May, seeking those type of enforcement to protect cyclists and pedestrians from drivers. So we are incorporating that as well.
Thank you. Item 41, $161,040 for parking meter technology upgrades. Ms. Gilman?
Good evening, Jane Gilman, Precinct 3. I just want to note that some of the parking meters are all but illegible. The glass is clouded over and you can't really see what the amount due is. Also, sometimes when the sun hits them in the wrong angle or the right angle, similarly, you can't really read the digital display there. And I just wondered if someone has noticed that and could speak to what could be done about it. Thank you.
Mr. Corain?
Todd Crane, Transportation Administrator again. So the digital IPS parking meters are typically backlit at night, so they actually help viewing. Some of the older meters do have fogged glass. If you have specific, locations of meters, please use the Brook Online app or contact us via email so that we can respond. The DPW Highway Maintenance Traffic Division can go out and make those repairs.
Thank you. Mr. Conquest?
Arthur Conquest, Precinct 6. I might be out of order here, but one of my constituents brought this to my attention, and it's for the Transportation Department. There is a crossing light at Davis Ave and Washington Street, and there should be some kind of, it says walk, stop sign right next to that secondhand store. And he has brought to my attention that it's a very, very dangerous intersection because children go back and forth to the Pierce School and there isn't a. Do you understand what I'm talking about, Todd?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Can you just explain why there isn't a flashing sign there?
Yeah, so essentially, Todd Crane, Transportation Administrator. Essentially, second to the signals that are being replaced as part of the Gateway East, this traffic signal system at Davis, Washington, Harvard, and Andom is actually one of the oldest traffic signals. And the age of the infrastructure, the fact that the conduit is crushed, and the age of the controller does not allow us to add the necessary equipment in terms of pedestrian push buttons and countdown timers. So this signal is actually on our list for a full replacement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've allowed these extraneous questions, but the orderly way to deal with the budget is if you have questions that relate specifically to a capital item that I'll go through one by one, that please come to a microphone and ask them. If you have questions such as Mr. Conquest's, please save them for the appropriate departmental budget, in this case, the DPW budget.
Excuse me. I have a question. My name is Vina Priestley, and I'm from Precinct 4. And again, mine is for transportation. I apologize.
Does it have to do with parking meter technology
No,
upgrades?
it has to do with the bicycle lanes, actually.
Okay.
So my question is, on Harvard Street and Aspinwall Street, where they cross, it does become a shared bike lane, but it's not indicated right there. And that's a very busy street. So it has a bike lane that's separate on Harvard Street, but as soon as it comes to that light prior to it, maybe, I don't know if that street is where the Brookline Spa is, it disappears. It doesn't indicate that a bike lane should be there. It doesn't indicate that we start sharing a bike lane. I actually ride my bike daily with my 2 children, and it just dissipates. So I don't know if I should go on the sidewalk or if I should start sharing. There's no indication there.
So when the design was originally done, because of the cross section, it ended at that street, and you went into a shared, and there was a sharrow on the pavement marking as well as dash lines. Unfortunately, my best guess is that is worn away now. But what we are actually looking at doing, we're working with the Bicycle Advisory Committee, Green Route Master Network Plan. When that portion of Harvard Street is being redone, it's going to be micro-surfaced in the upcoming fiscal year. We actually have a new pavement marking plan that's going to take advantage of the spacing that we have that will actually carry that bike lane to the intersection.
Perfect.
So it doesn't drop off, making it much safer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 42, $1,978,225 for the rehabilitation of streets. And this is confusing to me, but I'm told that the transfer of $228,225 merely identifies the source of funding other than the tax rolls, and that 228,000 figure is included in the $1,978,000. Item 43, $328,000 for the rehabilitation of sidewalks. Item 44, $1,125,000 for modernization and improvements to the fire alarm call box system. Item 45, $265,000 for water meter transmission replacements, and the source of that funding is from the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund. Item 46, $455,000 for improvements to the Netherland Roads DPW facility, and all of that will come from the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund. Item 47, $600,000 for improvements at Lars Anderson Park. Item 48, $100,000 for the renovation of Robinson Playground. Item 49, $310,000 for the renovation of playground equipment, fields, and fencing. Item 50, $160,000 for the rehabilitation of town and school grounds. 51, $200,000 for the rehabilitation of tennis courts and basketball courts. 52, $350,000, the rehabilitation of comfort stations in parks and playgrounds. 53, $235,000, the removal and replacement of trees. 54, $50,000, the renovation of a restroom at the Elliott Recreation Center, which funding will be from the Recreation Revolving Fund. 55, item 55, $110,000 for school furniture upgrades. Item 56, $150,000 for HVAC equipment in town and school facilities. 57, $80,000 for ADA renovations to town and school facilities. 58, $185,000 for energy conservation projects. 59, $125,000 for upgrades to the energy management systems. 60, $260,000 for improvements to life safety systems and building security. 61, $50,000 for trash compactor replacements. 62, $198,000 for minor renovations and upgrades to school buildings. 63, $1,450,000 for the expansion of classroom capacity in various schools. 64, $2 million for water system improvements. And this requires a 2/3 vote because it will be funded by bonding under Chapter 44 of the general laws. So on the items requiring a 2/3 vote, we will have a 2/3 vote as we come to the vote as we come to them, a counted vote. All those in favor of item 64, $2 million to be bonded for water system improvements, please raise your hands. Those opposed, raise your hands. Motion carries unanimously. Item 65, $3 million for wastewater system improvements. Again, this is a borrowing appropriation, and the borrowing will be made under Chapter 44 of the general laws, requiring a 2/3 vote. Those in favor of item 65, $3 million for wastewater system improvements, please raise your hands. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item 66, $1,500,000 for building envelope fenestration repairs to town and school facilities. Again, a borrowing resolution under Chapter 44. Those in favor of item 66, please raise your hands. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item 67. There is no motion under item 67 other than Mr. Ananian's motion, seconded by Ms. Gray, that the town adopt the resolution for Driscoll, so-called, on the Orange Supplement, page 1, which urges the Board of Selectmen to prepare a debt exclusion question, etc., in the words of the resolution. A motion to refer the subject matter of this resolution to the school committee is made by Mr. Lescoyer and edited by Mr. Spiegel, and edits with which Mr. Lescoyer is in agreement. And that motion to refer is found on the TAN supplement, I guess. Supplement number 6, page 1. Town meeting refer the subject matter of warrant of the Ananian motion to the school committee, etc. That's motion is made by Mr. Lescoyer and seconded by Mr. Spiegel. I call on Mr. Ananian. And Mr. Spiegel, you're there.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have slides, I believe. I think I'm going to be the first person to try this out tonight, maybe. Great. Hello, my name is Scott Ananian. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 10, especially relevant for tonight. Driscoll Dad, this is my daughter. She'll start pre-K at Driscoll in the fall. And let's see if this actually works. Oh, there you go. There's my son in his kindergarten class at Driscoll. He'll be in at least 4th grade by the time the Driscoll renovation is complete, and it could be 6th grade before he'll get to use his playing field. This is going to be a large part of his life at Driscoll. This resolution is very simple. It urges the Select Board to take steps to ensure the Driscoll renovation is continued and that its opening in fall 2022 is not delayed. For those who weren't here in December when the Driscoll renovation was passed overwhelmingly, I'm going to present 4 slides from the school committee's presentation at that time. Forgive me if it's a repeat for some of you. Driscoll has grown from 366 to 614 students since 2005, the highest enrollment growth of any school in our town. It is our most crowded school. 25% of its classrooms are 24 students or higher. There are a large number of specific issues with Driscoll. I was talking to Dr. Tulukar, the principal of Driscoll, this morning with 2 other parents, and she was relating her concerns in particular with the science classrooms, which don't have proper eye wash or hazardous material stations, and one of the classrooms has only one exit, which raises safety concerns if there's to be an accident. And as you heard earlier tonight, the HVAC system at Driscoll is on its last legs. The last bid, again, as you heard, was $5.4 million to replace it. Construction costs continue to increase at a rate of 8% a year. So this is the ticking clock that forces us to act quickly on a Driscoll renovation or risk incurring non-recoverable costs to replace the HVAC potentially under sort of semi-emergency circumstances, short notice. So here are some pictures of inadequate spaces at Driscoll. Again, these are from the presentation back in December. At top left is a classroom for students with disabilities, which the Massachusetts Department of Education recently stated was not compliant with its requirements to minimize the separation or stigmatization of students and to maintain confidentiality. And here is a PTO meeting at Driscoll last week. Let's see if it actually plays. Yep. I don't know if you can we get the audio? Maybe. Okay, you just have to imagine in the background there is the music class practicing violin loudly. And here we are on the other side of the cafeteria trying to have a PTO meeting because there are no other spaces available in the school. And shortly you'll see my son's kindergarten classroom traipse through the middle of both the PTO meeting and the violin lesson. And if you look in the background, they're trying to prepare lunch for the kids that day in the cafeteria right there. So this is not a conducive environment for learning or for learning violin. So here's the design which was presented in December, which is wonderful in its way. It manages to increase both school capacity, which we badly need in town, and green space, which we also love in this town. The school committee, select board, and the Driscoll Building Committee worked very hard over the course of a year to bring consensus on this design, battling a lot of competing interests, and I think they did a fine job. Which brings us to this resolution. So for Driscoll, I believe, is a project that can bring the town back together and let us again move forward towards addressing our school overcrowding. The open letter for Driscoll gathered 547 signatures, including 188 Driscoll parents and 87 of you town meeting members. We presented it to both the select board and school committee last week, and you saw the crowd in the halls tonight of Driscoll parents and others who are united behind this plan. What's more, we've laid the foundation for an override campaign, which somewhat unique, I think, contains representatives of both yes and no from the previous election, finally letting us move together on a project again. And this builds on the consensus that was built around the design. Again, credit to the school board and the school committee and the building committee, as evidenced by the 220-2 vote last December in favor of this plan. Most importantly, this sets us up for a successful campaign for Pierce, which is the next step towards addressing overcrowding. So concretely, we support proceeding with 4 sections of K through 8 at Driscoll. There's $275,000 approximately left in the schematic design budget, which we appropriated back in December, which we request to be used over the summer to continue design work in consultation with the school committee and the select board. Possibly including adding a few more classrooms to make this even better value for money. And our priority is that the project not be delayed and that any changes made not disrupt the consensus build. That seems like a small ask. So in summary, I urge you to vote no on referral. The referral was not requested by the school committee. We presented this to them. And any delay takes away at least 172 seats from our children in fall 2022. This is our best chance at actually making a first concrete step towards addressing these problems in our town. So I ask you to vote yes on the main motion for Driscoll, and let's move forward step by step to address overcrowding in this town together. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'll be alternating speakers in favor of Mr. Ananian's motion with speakers who were either against that motion or in favor of the motion to refer. First of these is Mr. Spiegel. And Ms. Nobrega, would you come forward, please?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stanley Spiegel from Precinct 2. There's a good reason why the school committee is not looking for a referral motion, and that is because the matter will be referred to the school committee whether we vote it or not. They are the ones who are going to be studying this, deciding what is in the best interest of the town, looking at the overall total enrollment picture and how to solve it. And the select board, at least as indicated by Chair Green, indicated that at least he and presumably a majority of the select board will want to see a comprehensive plan before agreeing to any part of that plan. And there's good reason for that, because unless we know what capacity is needed and where it will go, to decide on the capacity, whether it be 4 sections, 5 sections, 4++, or whatever, any shortfall there will have to be picked up by some other school district. Maybe by Pierce, maybe by Baker. The point is we don't know. I don't know, at least. I don't know enough to suggest that this body should go forward and commit itself to any plan, because we simply don't know and because it makes no difference what our vote is. We could vote unanimously for Mr. Ananian's plan, and we could vote unanimously against Mr. Ananian's plan, and neither vote would make 2 cents worth of difference as to what ensues. What will happen, whether we vote on the referral, the non-referral, Ananian, non-Ananian, is that the school committee will take its due course to figure out what's in the best interest of the town, and the select board, in consultation with the school committee, will get together and figure out not only what makes educational sense, which is the school committee's job, but also what makes political sense and what makes sense for the town as a whole, and that's what we're here concerned with. So frankly, I can't get all that excited. I think referral is the appropriate thing to do because that's what's going to happen, whether we vote for it or not. And I think that we should take the prudent course of action. Again, I cannot emphasize more strongly, if we don't need more capacity at Driscoll than is now proposed, then what's now proposed will be fine. But if we do and we have to increase capacity, someplace we got to decide where, and what doesn't go to Driscoll will go to Baker or will go to Pierce. And the MSBA, in order to decide whether or not to fund Pierce and to what extent Pierce has to be built, will want to know what our plan is. They'll want to know how we're going to do a total enrollment. No one community or part of town every part of town has to be listened to. But no one part of town has the privilege of being able to say, yes, we accept this and we don't accept that. We are one town, and we better start acting like one town and do what's right for the entire town. So maybe District 4 is fine. I'm not saying it's not. I don't know enough to know that it's not, or that it is. I just don't know. I don't know if you feel that you know. That Driscoll needs renovation, that I know. I think we all know that. But what the size, the optimal size will be in conjunction with all the other size capacity increases that may be necessary and where they should optimally be, I'm at least not prepared to make that judgment. Maybe I'm just not smart enough to know. If the rest of you feel smart enough, or if you do that, that's fine. I frankly don't believe it'll change the course of events one bit. But I certainly wish the Driscoll community and all communities in town, Lawrence, Pierce, Baker, it's a town-wide problem, and we better start solving that town-wide problem. And I think the best way to do it is at least have a vision. We had a vision 2 weeks ago. That vision was shattered. But that vision was well thought up. That's why the selectmen bundle things, because Driscoll made sense in the context of that vision. I would like to know that Driscoll makes sense in the context of the vision that comes next. Maybe Driscoll, do as you will. I know you will anyway. Of course. Of course you will. And you can't go wrong, because it's not going to change the course of events. The school committee will do its due diligence. The select board will weigh things. A new override will be put forward. Let's hope we can all get behind it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Brega. And Ms. Hummel, would you come forward, please?
Mariah Nobrega, Town Meeting Member Precinct 4, speaking on behalf of the Advisory Committee. The Advisory Committee met earlier this evening to review the resolution submitted by Town Meeting Member Scott Ananian and the motion to refer submitted by Town Meeting Member David Lescoe. The Advisory voted 18 to 9 to 1 in support of the Ananian main resolution and 21 to 6 to 0 against the Lescoe motion to refer. Tonight was the second time that AC has discussed a resolution about the Driscoll appropriation. Through these discussions, proponents of moving ahead have made the following arguments. 1. The Driscoll project has received a lot of support, including strong support from the Driscoll community. I repeat, we have a school community that is supportive of an expansion project. You likely walked by dozens of families in the hall this evening who brought their children at weekday dinner time because of how much they care. Indeed, there was exceedingly little opposition to the Driscoll project anywhere in town. Even the No campaign was not against Driscoll. Therefore, it seems highly likely that Brookline voters support a Driscoll-only override, and it's time to come together to support what the community agrees on.
Please hold your applause until the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
2, the Driscoll School is an aging facility that needs renovation. Expansion would not cost significantly more than the necessary renovation, and it would add needed classroom capacity to solve Driscoll overcrowding and help with the overcrowding of adjacent schools. 3, because the building needs renovation, it's hard to imagine how any eventual plan wouldn't include Driscoll, and hard to imagine how Driscoll could be anything other than 4 sections, given its constrained site and its huge increase in enrollment and current overcrowding that you heard about earlier. Given a Driscoll 4 section is a near certainty, there is no reason to delay it. With that said, the current Driscoll 4 design could be modified. The resolution seeks to release the balance of the schematic funding, which could be used to tweak the design to, for example, add additional ELE support or special education programming without adding more children. It could also be used to consider opportunities for value engineering of the project. These are important new town-wide benefits that could be explored with the passage of the resolution. There was a sentiment expressed tonight by some members of AC that an architect other than the current project architect be used for this future work. Public Schools of Brookline data, 4. Public Schools of Brookline data indicates that the capacity that would be added at Driscoll is important to addressing our overall current deficit of seats. This seat deficit refers to our current student population and is independent of any enrollment projections that may occur in the future. 5. A successful override campaign in support of Driscoll will demonstrate to the MSBA that Brookline continues to support school capital projects, which is important as the town enters the MSBA eligibility period for the Pierce project at the beginning of June. Opponents have stated that it is too soon to move forward, that we need to hear from the Select Board and School Committee, and that we may need to consider other options, including how Newbury or even Maimonides fits into this. The good news is that the resolution as written addresses all of the opponents' concerns. It does not seek to move forward immediately, but rather provides a 6-month window during which the school committee as using agency and Select Board as appropriating body can work together and with each other to make refinements to the Driscoll project, provide a break to minimize voter and campaign fatigue, and come back in the fall with a strategy to move ahead that may include Newbury, Maimonides, or even other facilities. AC also considered the motion to refer the Driscoll renovation for further study to the school committee for further study for a report by no later than May 2020. The consensus was that this motion was not reasonable for 2 reasons. 1, the school committee did not request it, and neither school committee nor Select Board considered it. 2, the resolution kicks the Driscoll can further down the road at a time of escalating construction costs and imminent school need. This delay was considered excessive. In conclusion, one thing we've learned is political and community support matters. This resolution is a way to reaffirm support for Driscoll, both in town meeting now and at the ballot box in the fall. So I urge you to join with Advisory Committee to vote no action on the motion to refer and to vote favorable action on the main resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hummel and Ms. Gray, would you come forward? We're going to hear from several more speakers, Ms. Frawley, and we'll get to questions.
Amy Hummel, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 12. I want to start by just, the first time I was ever before town meeting, it was as a non-town meeting member here to speak in favor of the Runkle renovation, which was a large ordeal for those of you who will remember it. And ever since that time, you should know I'm a huge proponent of keeping the schools in good shape for the kids, for the staff, for the administration, for everyone. But this meeting, things have changed a little bit since then. We've done project after project trying to cobble things along and get all of our ducks in order. And we seem to maybe have hit a wall, and we're not quite sure why, I think. So town meeting's vote tonight impacts the entire town, and every vote we make, of course. So choosing to vote in favor of one project that positively impacts only one part of our whole without a broader vision is short-sighted. We've done that. And it hasn't really worked well, or it has only gotten us this far. And although the proponents will argue that the projects, that this particular project has been well studied and vetted, that's really only half the truth, because the study and the vetting were done as part of a larger project to help ease overcrowding for all. And now the voters have said no to that larger plan, and so it's time for us to all step back and recalibrate, right? Keep the broader vision in mind. We don't have any exit polling or of information to show exactly why the override failed, and anecdotes and wishful thinking aren't evidence. There has certainly been a lot of conjecture. That was Baldwin, it was bundling, it was a price tag. Pick your favorite narrative, toss it aside, because it's irrelevant for the purposes of the resolution and how we move forward. The result we are left with is that we have no master plan. And we need one if we want to move forward responsibly. The expand and place piecemeal strategy we've used and ultimately discarded didn't work well, bit by bit hasn't. But that's what we're creeping right back to. So over the years, I've heard advisory committee members ask the school committee, and by extension, the select board, to provide a comprehensive capital plan for the schools. And while there will always be some moving pieces and cost estimates are only estimates, having a master plan is in everybody's best interests, particularly if we have the opportunity to consider an alternate Driscoll designs which may be more cost effective. There's no question that we need to solve our overcrowding problems and outdated school infrastructures. Absolutely no question. But we need to do it for everyone, particularly if overrides do become more and more difficult to pass. So Driscoll needs a renovation in particular. Many of us actually worked towards a Driscoll renovation under the expand in place policy. Unfortunately, though, the community at the time was divided and the MSBA eventually declined to fund the project, leaving Driscoll in its current state then. The community really needed that 4-section school at the time. It makes perfect sense that it needs it now just as much, if not more. And the teachers and staff and Driscoll school community, as I have said, deserve better. But so do the students and teachers and staff at other overcrowded buildings in disrepair. So, and the compelling photographs that Mr. Andanian showed tonight are not exclusive to Driscoll. And so that's why it's really important that if there is a number cap on how much eventually the town will fund on this, we need to be really smart about how we plan those dollars and what our vision is. So we have people who've been elected to solve this whole problem, and they're still sort of grappling with what to do themselves. They're a new constellation of individuals responsible for this. Let's let them do their work without telling them ahead of time that we support Driscoll. We did that back in November, right? We all do. We know that. Let's let them do this without that pressure or without showing as though we favor some school community over another, or that there may be other issues in town too, at pockets in school that they have to look at the whole and really get into the weeds, something that we don't have to do, they do. We should give them the time to do it well. So maybe we'll land back on a 4-section Driscoll school plan, but until we know what the new big picture looks like, we need to let them readjust. No school community should have the advantage of locking in strong support for their favorite solution when it may mean a much greater or even unknown sacrifice elsewhere. We're finally getting into this idea of having a capital plan, a master plan. I think just because we didn't come up with the one that hit it out of the park in May, it doesn't mean we can't find one that really is a best practice and where we should be. So although I completely support that Driscoll needs a new school and soon, please vote no action on Driscoll 4 because we are a whole community. We are not a spotted community. Thank you.
Ms. Gray and Mr. Spritz, would you come forward, please?
All right, unfortunately you've got Mr. Gray tonight. If you had Mrs. Gray, you might be in for more of a show. But I'm Jesse Gray.
My apologies.
I'm Jesse Gray. I'm from Precinct 10, and I'm a Driscoll dad. And I'm supporting the 4 Driscoll resolution because it gets us moving quickly in the right direction to solve our town-wide school challenges. I ask you to join me in voting no on the motion to refer to school committee, which would prevent Driscoll from being put forward before the voters until at least May 2020. And I'm urging you to vote yes on the main 4 Driscoll resolution. Now on Wednesday, May 8th, I walked into the halls of Driscoll after dropping off my first grader Seymour. And I joined in an overwhelming shared feeling of school-wide despair. The building was a day older than it had been before the election. The HVAC system was still hanging by a thread, in need of a multi-million-dollar replacement. There were still children working at desks in the main hallway, disturbed in their classwork by me and other parents walking by. This outcome is not our Brookline. It's not my Brookline. Our town is better than students working at desks in hallways. We are in fact a community defined by a shared value in education, the opposite of what my eyes were seeing. We don't just walk away when the going gets tough in Brookline. We lean in. We solve problems together, not just at Driscoll, but across the whole town. Now we have a lot of work to do, not just at Driscoll, but I want to tell you about the 4 Driscoll campaign that's been gathering great energy in the last couple of weeks, and about the larger coalition that we are joining those of you who have been working on this for a lot longer than we have, and helping to build larger, helping to grow bigger. Yes, there's new energy at Driscoll and across our town, a new coalition forming. There's new energy and new people. I'm one of them. But I want to make this crystal clear. This is not a case of Driscoll parents like myself, who admittedly should have done more in the past, stepping up temporarily to get a school just for ourselves. This is not a special interest campaign. That's not who we are. Yes, we recognize that we need to do more in the Driscoll community, but we're not here temporarily to advance one school. We're here to stay. Yes, we are Driscoll people with strong support within the Driscoll community, but we're not just Driscoll people. As you will hear, the new energy in our coalition isn't just from Driscoll, it's from all across this town. It's from multiple communities, multiple neighborhoods, and multiple precincts. It's from strong yes supporters and strong no supporters, and those in between in the last election. Yes, we are here for a 4-section Driscoll, but we won't stop there. We get that this is just the first step. We will work for Driscoll this fall, we will work for Pierce, and we are committed to solving the whole problem. We'll be there for that too, the whole problem. We're not going away. We're here for Brookline. Now, I want to add that we are extremely grateful, especially people like me who are new to this effort, extremely grateful to those who have put great effort into a wonderful existing plan that is ready to go, a shovel-ready plan. Especially the Driscoll building community, especially the school committee, and the select board. There's been a lot of work put into the existing plan that we have right now, and I want to emphasize also that this plan includes not only 4 sections, so an additional section beyond where we're at now, but 3 additional BEEP classrooms, a district-wide special ed program, and a district-wide ELE program. That's the existing plans. I also want to add, this really shouldn't even need to be said, but I want to add that I'm told, I wasn't here for this, I wasn't in town meeting, but I'm told that we actually passed a lot of yes votes and did a lot of school projects that weren't necessarily built on comprehensive plans. We've done a lot of projects one school at a time, and it's worked really well. And there's been a lot of consensus behind those projects. So let's do it again. Please join me in voting no on the motion to refer to the school committee, and yes on the main 4 Driscoll resolution. To be clear, a referral is worse than doing nothing because it proposes to put Driscoll on hold for an entire year when we have an urgent problem to solve right now. 4 Driscoll is not the whole solution to that problem, but it would be a big step in the right direction, and timeliness matters. Thank you.
Mr. Spritz.
Nathan Spritz from Precinct 16. Like Amy, I suspect that I'd like to see Driscoll renovated and enlarged about as much as anybody here in this room. However, there is a better way for all of us to plan our school building projects and to achieve our objectives. We have a number of challenges facing Brookline in terms of school capacity and aging buildings. These challenges face us right now, today in May 2019. These are current conditions. On May 7th, we tried to solve a lot of these. Driscoll needs to be renovated and enlarged. Pierce needs to be renovated and enlarged. We need a second location for RISE. We need a new location for an ELL section. We could use additional capacity to help bring BEEP sections back from rental space. And we have general overcrowding in schools, both in North and South Brookline, and we need additional space. And then, in the not-so-distant future, Hancock Village will expand, putting a further crunch on space at Baker. And other large developments around Coolidge Corner and elsewhere are planned and will add to the burdens borne by a number of schools in both North Brookline and South Brookline, including Driscoll. The resolution in front of us only deals with one of these items. Driscoll does need to be renovated and enlarged, and it only asks the select board to schedule a vote. It does not ask the school committee to weigh in at all. The school committee is the committee charged with evaluating the superintendent, developing school policies, and presenting and defending a budget before advisory. Moving forward with the major $109 million project most certainly will impact the schools, the work the superintendent does and will impact budgeting. We need to do Driscoll, but we also need to do more. We need an extra section for RISE. We need a new location for ELL. We need the extra capacity to relieve current overcrowding. And we need an ability to absorb the children who will be living in new developments at Baker and elsewhere. These are very important objectives, and discarding them without debate is a serious dereliction of our duty. We need to think about an entire plan. Similarly, we should recognize that future enrollment growth from new building projects cannot be easily absorbed into existing buildings. Providing space for our enlarged class sizes will be very expensive. Expand in place is expensive, and that fact must be considered and weighed as we move forward. By the time we must consider enrollment, at the same time, we must consider enrollment trends. But our current enrollment projection methodology was just discarded this afternoon. We need a new enrollment projection methodology, and our school committee can evaluate these as they go move forward. Only the school committee can do this. We also have to incorporate Pierce into the mix, and this starts just next month with the MSBA. As you can see, there's an awful lot to consider. This resolution asks the select board to do it all, but the select board has no mechanism or supporting committee structure to analyze all of these moving pieces and to determine what is best for our schools. That is the sole job of the school committee, which is a very active committee. They work diligently, they prosecute their agenda, and they have the support of the public schools of Brookline, the staff, to help. The right thing to do is to ask the school committee, the using agency for all of our schools, to revisit our construction plans and have them make a recommendation to the select board. They can weigh the various demands against the options and revert back in just a few months. If we are going to do a $109 million project, I personally want the group that is responsible for using the building to actually want to spend that huge sum in that way. As the ultimate stewards of our taxpayers' money, we in town meeting should all want to see a plan and have a chance to add input and pose questions before we spend this much money. We should insist that the school committee gives us and gives the select board its recommendation. It's irresponsible to ask our residents to support a project this expensive without a few months of review to validate the approach or to make a tweak here or a change there. I began by saying that I want Driscoll to be rebuilt just as much as anybody in this room. I think that the most likely outcome from a careful process is exactly that. We will rebuild Driscoll. But because I don't know what the outcome will be, and neither does anybody in this room, frankly, we need to go through our process, and most importantly, we need to govern with intent. Please vote on Stanley Spiegel's, please vote favorable action on Stanley Spiegel's motion to refer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Then we'll hear from Mr. Lescoyer. You can come forward, sir.
Well, as I said earlier, the select board voted 3 in favor, 2 opposed. But the majority of the select board really wants to make sure that this is not a one school solution to a town-wide problem. In a certain sense, this resolution really has no teeth. I mean, the select board is responsible for putting overrides on the ballot, which is sort of central financing issue here. And it seems to me that what the resolution is saying, or is doing, sort of pointing their finger in our face and saying, you do this. When in fact, that's exactly what we're going to do, and that is develop a comprehensive plan to deal with the school enrollment situation, which would include Driscoll, not necessarily, and in my opinion, it wouldn't include a 4-section Driscoll, but a Driscoll with additional space, not just for a couple ELL rooms and a couple RISE classes, but significant additional space so that there is an opportunity to address the enrollment issues facing not just Driscoll and the Driscoll community, but Lawrence, Baker, Heath, Lincoln, and the other schools in the district. So I guess my position on this is that we're going to do what we have to do in order to fix the problem that we're facing in our public schools, whether this is voted or not. But you should think about what type of message you're trying to send to the select board and whether that really is very helpful. I guess that's really all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lescoe.
David Lesquier, town meeting member, precinct 11. And I want Driscoll to be built just as much as Nathan Spritz and everyone else. I served on the Driscoll School building committee, and we had a number of community forums, and I was so pleased to hear what Jesse Gray was saying about the Driscoll community is activated and ready to campaign for this and for the other pressing needs we have in all of our other schools in Brookline. Because we didn't see much interest or a very impressive turnout at any of those community forums. And I was precinct captain for the Yes campaign in precinct 11. And when I went up to look at the tape at 8 o'clock, I knew immediately by what I saw in the vote from that precinct that question 1 had lost. So when it mattered, when it would count, I have to point out to town meeting the precinct 11 constituency wasn't active and didn't step up for what was needed to bring about the Driscoll School. Now I'm glad that we see all of the parents coming, and I really filed the motion to refer as a kind of pushback from all of this that I've seen until now. I don't feel after what happened, what didn't happen, that it's really appropriate and fair to the Brookline as a whole for special pleading to be coming from the Driscoll community, pushing the select board into the corner with a deadline of before town meeting, November town meeting, special town meeting in the fall. This is clearly going to take more time. We have precincts that are well organized and vocal and influential in this town. Precinct 11 hasn't been one of those.
I think you can stop ragging on precinct 11, Mr.
Right.
Lescoe.
Thank you. So let's get together and let's get this done. Bye. Thank you.
A quick point of clarification.
Let's review where we are, and there'll be an electronic vote on this in any case. So those
Mr.
of you who are
Moderator,
concerned about that.
point of clarification very quickly. I just want to point out,
the question,
if you don't mind, just what would be voted for. Here's what I have a question about, is that the original Ananian motion called for Driscoll 4 straight, just Driscoll 4. But in Mr. Ananian's remarks, he talked about Driscoll 4 plus possibility of a RISE program. And
Mr. Harris, if
Nobragan for the advisory committee spoke of tweaking Driscoll 4.
that's fine.
Okay.
Let's review the bidding here. I'm going to allow the motion for the question.
We ask questions. Can we ask questions?
Nope.
We were at the microphone before.
Yes, that's right, Ms. Frawley. I have a large number of people who have signed up to speak on this issue. If town meeting, in its wisdom, decides not to terminate debate, what I plan to do is to hear from 2 other speakers and then open the floor to questions. So that's a factor that you should consider in deciding whether you want to call the question. Now, here's where we are. It is 10 minutes after 10. We're in the middle of the budget article. We will, in accordance with our traditions, complete the budget article before we adjourn this session of town meeting. We have all of the departmental budgets to go. We have several people who have asked to ask questions to department heads during the departmental budget process. And we have Superintendent Bott, who will address the town meeting for approximately 10 minutes. We also have the following people signed up to speak in favor of the Ananian motion: Ms. McClellan, Mr. Lika, Ms. Schweitzer, Ms. Janusolkut, Ms. McMillan, Ms. Lodish, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Levy, Mr. Pollack, Mr. Gasiach, and Mr. Gertler, Ms. Loscalzo, who is not a town meeting member, and Ms. Gilligan, who is also not. We have the following people signed up to speak either in favor of the motion to refer or against the Ananian motion: Ms. Jett, Mr. Bassett, Mr. Richmond. Against that background, is there a second to the motion for the question? All those in favor of yes, it's the former chairman of the school committee. On the motion for the question, those in favor, please raise your hands.
Mr. Moderator, point of order. Dan Saltzman, Precinct 6. Mr. Moderator, I believe we just heard 3 speakers that were opposed to Mr. Ananian's resolution. I don't see how we could end it on that. I'm not quite sure how that happened.
You had 4 speakers in favor and 4 speakers against, sir.
So was
On
select
the
board...
No. On the motion for the question.
And point of order as well.
No.
Whenever there's speakers at the microphone, they usually get a chance to ask, and we were up earlier.
Ms. Frawley,
We sat down.
we're going to take this vote, whether you want to take it or not. And if town meeting in its wisdom would like to continue the debate, hear from a couple of more speakers, and hear questions from the floor, then what you should do is vote against the motion for the question, which requires a 2/3 vote.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Moderator.
There are 35 town meeting members who would like a recorded vote. If there are, we'll have a recorded vote. This is on the motion for the question. That is a motion to terminate debate. Article 9, Item 67, motion for the question. Motion for the question, please. Okay, the 60-second voting period has commenced. You will press 1 if you're in favor of terminating debate, 2 if you're opposed to terminating debate, and 3 if you abstain. Motion fails by a vote of 113 in favor, 101 against, and 10 abstentions. Ms. McClellan. And Ms. Jett, would you come forward, please?
There are a lot of you out there. My name is Nicole McClelland. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 11, David Lescotier's precinct, and my daughter will be attending Driscoll in September of 2020. I have 3 pages of prepared remarks that, in the spirit of showing Driscoll being a team player and wanting to move forward with plans quickly, I will not read. I will only reiterate to you the community support behind this, and to me the most important thing, which is that this is an opportunity for all of us to work towards a solution that is right at our fingertips already and has something that can be rare in Brookline, which is great community support, and a lot of people signed up to help. I do have one question, which is, sorry, Mr. Moderator. I'm sorry. Would you mind reading the list of those speaking in favor, who are still left to speak in favor?
Sure. Lika, Schweitzer, Janusolkit, McMillan, Lodish, Doggett, Levy, Pollock, Daciach, Gertler, Loscalzo, and Gilligan.
Thank you. That's worth thinking about. For those that are new, you might not realize what that represents, but those that have been doing this even for a short time like I have, please recognize what that list represents. There are people from all factions and all perspectives of Brookline that not only support Driscoll moving forward, but have signed up to speak, parents that are still sitting in the back hoping to speak, people that showed up. This is a golden opportunity. We should not underestimate that. So please vote no on referral and yes on the resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Jett.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Julie Jetty from Precinct 16. But more relevant to this discussion is that I was among the lead organizers of the recent Yes campaign. I was in full support of the 3-school plan and the Baldwin-Driscoll override, which received more than 2/3 support from town meeting in December. I and others campaigned for many hours over weeks and months in the hope that this plan would obtain the funding it needed to move forward and finally begin to address the oppressive overcrowding being felt in nearly all of our schools by all our students, but especially our special education students who really got lost in this process. With due respect to Driscoll parents who appeared here tonight, the energy and support of more of these parents would have been very helpful and was very much missed when Driscoll was actually on the ballot. I thought that Driscoll was a good project and deserved funding, and I campaigned for it, even though it would provide far fewer seats at a higher cost than the Baldwin project would have. This evening, however, I urge you to vote no action on the resolution and favorable action on the motion to refer. Let me explain why. At 10 additional classrooms compared to the 27 that had been planned for Baldwin, Driscoll alone at 4 sections does not do enough to solve our town's overcrowding problem. Unfortunately, it doesn't come close, which is why it was paired with a larger project to serve more students. I believe those who say that Driscoll needs a renovation, but given the overcrowding in our schools, right now we have to prioritize new space. Just as I would not have supported a 450-student Baldwin school on its own, because it wasn't large enough, I can't support a Driscoll project that will do nothing.
Would you please hold your fire, and if you have a question or a comment, please come to the microphone. Please continue, Ms. Jetty.
Thank you. I can't support a Driscoll project that will do nothing to improve overcrowding for students outside of Driscoll's own district. Contrary to what some have said, nearly all our schools are bursting at the seams and will continue to do so for the foreseeable future without a comprehensive townwide solution. We've been at this for 10 years, and I'm sympathetic to the idea that a partial solution is better than none. But the Select Board and School Committee need at least a few weeks to regroup and consider how they will manage overcrowding townwide. Once again, I urge you to vote in favor of the motion to refer and against the original motion. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Frawley.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Regina Frawley from Precinct 16. I've been perplexed from even when it was a three-pronged solution about why only one of the recommendation to solve the problem was going to the school building authority for funding. Now that we're down to two and we don't know yet what we're going to be doing, is there a will to go for the second school to the school building authority so that we can figure out a way to get it to pass and not be so harmful to the taxpayers? Thank you. And that would probably be the school committee who could answer their will to whether to submit it to the SBA.
Ms. Wolf Ditkoff.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Susan Wolf Ditkoff, School Committee Chair of the Finance Subcommittee and potentially still Chair of the Driscoll School Building Committee. We have asked MSBA for partnership on the Pierce project. The MSBA has been very generous with us and has partnered with us on a number of projects. However, they have also given us very clear indication that they are willing to partner with us on one project at a time. And so until the Pierce project is completed, whatever that means, if it dies or hopefully if it gets built at the end of that project, they will entertain another project. They only take one priority project at a time, which is why we've had to wait this long when the Coolidge Corner School is just finishing for Pierce to go forward. And it's the explanation that they gave to us as to why they were not willing to accept the Driscoll project in 2014 and the high school project in 2015 into eligibility.
Thank you. Why don't you take a seat in the front row? You may be on the firing line here again. Ms. Daly?
Yes, Nancy Daly, Precinct 12. I think maybe my question is for the school committee. I'm wondering, given that the recent election may signal that people didn't like the Baldwin project, but it may also signal that people are tired of having their taxes go up, and we may have a limited number of overrides we're going to be able to pass in the future. So my question is, has the school committee had an opportunity in post-election to prioritize which of these projects would be the one we most need, and or Pierce or Driscoll or some other solution?
Ms. Wolf Ditkoff.
Susan Wolf Ditkoff, School Committee. We've had two meetings since the election, one of which was our reorg meeting when we were still welcoming new members, a new chair and a new vice chair. This was a topic of discussion at that evening, and we had a meeting this evening of the Capital Subcommittee at which 8 of 9 members were there for 2 hours. I would not say we have consensus on the question you just asked.
Thank you, Mr. Karen.
John Karen, Precinct 12. Also for the school committee, because it seems like we've been talking a lot about the Ananian motion, and many of us are concerned because we don't know what the right way forward is. And we'd like to hear, has the school committee been able to consider yet, or whether or not, now that one of the legs of a three-legged stool that was going to hopefully solve the school overcrowding crisis has been removed, whether or not it makes sense to commit to the Driscoll project, or whether or not that might financially tie our hands and prevent us from doing something that would be more effective in solving the overall problem. My question is not whether or not it would or wouldn't, but has the school committee even had any opportunity to figure out whether or not, and maybe as a corollary, is there any concern that going forward with Driscoll 4 as it's conceived right now might conceivably, without further study, tie our financial hands and prevent us from doing a more effective solution to solve school overcrowding throughout the entire town?
Ms. Wolf Ditkoff.
Thank you. I would say that the school committee has a range of opinions on that question. If I were to characterize conversations from the reorg meeting last week and the meeting this week, I will also note that the current school committee members were not unanimous on the last override, yes versus no. So I don't think I can speak for the school committee on that question.
Well, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you. Just to kind of quickly wrap up what I was saying before, my understanding is that if one votes for the that for the Ananian resolution, one is voting either for Driscoll 4 as currently in the design, or due to remarks that the petitioner made and that the advisory committee supported, that it could be Driscoll 4 tweaked, Driscoll 4 slightly expanded, et cetera, et cetera. And I just wanted to make that comment. So,
Thank you. Mr. Swartz?
Chuck Swartz,
We'll hear from Mr. Swartz
9.
first.
Many people have said tonight that we really need to have a plan, and I think any plan has to start with the first step, and we have that first step in the Driscoll plan. So I would support and urge others to support the Ananian amendment, the Ananian resolution.
Go ahead, Mr. Silverberg.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Isaac Silverberg, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 14. This is going to be a question for the school committee as well. I definitely understand the urgency that a lot of us feel in the room, particularly those of us that are deeply connected to the schools and the staff and children in those schools to improve them as quickly as possible. However, I do want to make sure that as a body, we are not preventing the school committee from pursuing or exploring every possible, maybe creative solution that might exist to ease the overcrowding problem. And so the question that I want to ask is, in your estimation, would town meeting supporting this resolution prevent the school committee from exploring some of those creative options, or would the school committee still be taking a look at those while keeping in mind the town meeting support for quick action to ease the problem?
Ms. Wolf-Dickoff.
As I said, it's difficult to speak for the full school committee, but I will try. It's my understanding that this is a non-binding resolution, and it's a non-binding resolution on the select board, not on the school committee. That said, the school committee takes the will of town meeting very seriously, and we always listen and pay attention. But yes, we will continue the conversations we've been having about what the full plan needs to look like.
Thank you.
Did I answer the question that was posed?
Well, I'm going to take one more question, and then you'll have your opportunity. Yes, sir.
Thanks. Mike Toffel, Precinct 8. I just wanted to point out, many people have said that Driscoll's part of the solution no matter what, and that may well be. I probably agree with that. But Driscoll 4 is not necessarily part of the inevitable solution. Speaking to the school committee capital subcommittee that met just today, when the superintendent proposed very roughly 5 different plans, comprehensive plans. One of them had Driscoll 3, and one of them had Driscoll 4 or 5. So I think it's important to recognize that this is just unknown at this moment. I think we should be voting for Driscoll X. I wish that were the proposal. I would be very much in favor of that. But Driscoll 4 might well mean that we're going to have Baker 5, or Pierce 5, or Heath 5. So for those of you in those districts, if you vote for and imply and attempt to constrain this one school, those students will have to go somewhere. And especially if we can't agree on a 9th school site, they're going to go to a different school. And so other schools will have to be enlarged beyond perhaps what those neighbors currently are comfortable with. I think that's something important to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there's only one more question from the floor. We've already heard from Mr. Ananian, so I'm sure it'll be a very brief one.
Yes, very briefly. I just wanted to address the direct question, if I could, assuming it helps town meeting. I've been very clear and careful to say 4 K through 8 sections. It's important to understand the existing design for Driscoll is not just 4 K through 8 sections, but also a section of ELE and BEAT classrooms, one additional BEAT classroom that is there already, and nothing precludes that. My intention is to suggest that the select board maintain the consensus that was built with the community around the size of the school. I'm trying to give them flexibility, but the wording was set based on community expectations. It was not intended to be a hard limit.
Thank you. Sure.
Susan Ditkoff. The current Driscoll plan, just to clarify, has 4 full sections, K through 8. It has 3 BEAP classrooms. It has a district-wide special education program, the lab program for reading, and it has a district-wide English learner program. So when folks are talking about plus, plus, plus on the Baldwin project, that meant BEEP, ELE, and special education. I just want people to know that Driscoll already has in the plans that exist 3 BEEPs, district-wide special education, district-wide English learner already in what's drawn.
There's been another motion for the question. Is there a second? Is there any significant enthusiasm for further debate? See? Okay, on the motion for the question, those in favor of terminating debate, please raise your hands. Those opposed, that motion carries by a 2/3 vote. On the motion to refer of Mr. Lescoyer, refer to the school committee. This is the motion on the Brown supplement.
Mr.
TAN
Moderator?
supplement.
Right here.
Yes.
Could there be a recorded vote?
Well, if there are 35 town meeting members that want a recorded vote, and there certainly are. This is Article 9, Item 67, referral. I'm sorry? No, yes. It is the referral motion on the Brown sheet is Mr. Lescoyer's as amended by Mr. Spiegel and agreed to by Mr. Lescoyer. Okay, I'm sorry. This is on the motion to refer. Okay, hit 1 if you agree with the referral motion, hit 2 if you're opposed, and 3 if you're abstaining. That motion fails by a vote of 63 in favor, 151 against, and 10 abstentions. On the main motion, Mr. Vananian's motion on the orange sheet.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Could there be another recorded vote, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
If 35 town meeting members want it. And they do. This is...
Mr. Moderator? Mr. Moderator, point of order. What do I do with a clicker that doesn't work?
You go see on the back of the auditorium who is running to your assistance. Okay, this is main motion, Article 9, Item 67. Start the, okay. This is on the main motion, Mr. Ananian's motion, about which you've heard considerable amount. 1 if you're in favor, 2 if you're opposed, and 3 if you're abstaining. Motion carries by a vote of 153 in favor, 57 against, and 15 abstentions. There is no motion or vote offered under the next item 68. Item 69 is to appropriate $2 million for feasibility study for the Pierce School, borrowing under Chapter 44 requiring a 2/3 vote. Ms. Scanlon moves to amend that motion with the second item on the purple supplement, number 3, by inserting the words in bold-faced print in the middle of the motion. Requires a 2/3 vote. I have Ms. Scanlon and Ms. Electris to speak in favor. Ms. Nobrega. Ms. Scanlon, do you wish to follow up what you told us under item 36 briefly?
Kathleen Scanlon, Precinct 3. Because this appropriation is for feasibility phase and schematic design phase, we can't wait until schematic design is completed to begin looking at fossil fuel-free design, or until next November's town meeting. It has to happen at the very beginning of the project, and waiting until design, development, and construction documents is simply too late for Pierce. This amendment is the same requirement we passed for a fossil fuel-free Baldwin and Driscoll in December of 2018. And that, again, imposed a condition that no funds be used during schematic design for non-emergency fossil fuel operated building systems for the 9th elementary school. I did meet with the then chair of the school committee and others about MSBA requirements. We are not allowed to contact our MSBA project manager for Pierce until June 1st. And sources, including an MSBA board member and a lead consultant who works on many schools with MSBA, says that MSBA is moving in this direction on its own and wouldn't expect opposition to this from MSBA. The language of this amendment encourages collaboration and not creating roadblocks. So, in my meetings with our new sustainability administrator, Zoe Lynn, I've been encouraged to hear there is a sustainability policy being drafted with the building department. I hope the select board is able to work quickly to pass a rigorous green building policy to help provide a framework for reaching our climate goals as we build new building projects. But for tonight, please vote yes in favor of the Pierce fossil fuel-free amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Electris.
Christy Electris, Precinct 7, Town Meeting Member.
A little closer to the microphone, please.
Sorry. Christy Electris, Precinct 7, Town Meeting Member. I'm a member also of the Pierce School Site Council and a co-leader of the school's green team, and I'm active in climate issues around town. Our Pierce community cares deeply about environmental impact, and we've been doing a lot of things the last year to take action. I just wanted to note that our original 4-classroom Pierce School building was built in 1855 and is still there. A second building was built and torn down, and then another building was built in 1970, in the 1970s, and is still there. The latest edition of the Pierce School opened in 1974 and is still there 40 years later. And we only have 30 years left before we reach 2050, which is the date that our climate action plan has said as a town that we will aim to have 0 greenhouse gas emissions. At Pierce, we're happy to be embarking on the MSBA process. Whatever renovation or new building Pierce will get as part of that process, we need to make sure it's in line with our climate action plan, so we're not making a poor investment in a kind of antiquated system. This body voted, as Kathleen Scanlon just mentioned, voted for fossil fuel-free schools last December, and we should not have to keep asking for it. I'm happy to hear that there might be a policy in the works. But until that is the reality, I hope that you'll join me in supporting this Scanlon amendment to Article 9, capital item 69.
Ms. Nobrega?
Mariah Nobrega, Town Meeting Member Precinct 4. I'm not going to say the remarks that I prepared, just that I support this amendment. Thank you.
You're speaking for the advisory committee? Oh. Who is speaking for the advisory committee? Ms. Benka.
Carla Benka, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 13, speaking for the Advisory Committee. I will shorten my comments to merely say that there were no concerns expressed to the Advisory Committee that this amendment will necessitate additional funding for the feasibility and schematic design phase of the Pierce School project. And by a vote of 21-1 to 2, the Advisory Committee supports the petitioner's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heller. And Ms. Cunningham, would you come forward, please?
Nancy Heller for the majority of the Select Board. As I said before, we voted 3-0-2 to support this. It's urgent that we begin to have all of our buildings fossil fuel free, so I would urge you to support it. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham? Ms. Pelkey?
Linda Olson Pelkey, Precinct 2. I just had a question about the main part of the motion. Could someone describe to us the process of selecting the architect for this project?
Ms. Wolf Ditkoff?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Susan Wolf Ditkoff. I'm, as the chair of exactly 2 building committees, I can give you my extensive experience, which is that there's a process where a committee of 7 is chosen, and there are a variety of different people that are on that, usually people from the 3 people from the using agency, chaired by the select board, a select board member, and 3 people from the building commission. And so there's an RFP process, there's interviews, and it's an open process that follows municipal procurement laws.
Thank you.
There is competitive bidding.
Yes.
Thank you. On Ms. Scanlon's amendment, those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. So that amendment will be part of the omnibus vote on the budget that we'll get to at some point. Paragraph 14, free cash, describes the appropriation of free cash for various purposes and goes over to page 9-87.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
on item 69, does that require a 2/3 vote?
Oh, I'm
for
sorry.
bonding?
Thank you very much, sir. We do have to take a separate vote on item 69, the Pierce School appropriation as amended by Ms. Scanlon's amendment. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thanks again, Mr. Margolis. Okay, free cash allocation to various items A through G. Now proceed to budget table number 1. And we don't appropriate or approve or anything else, the revenue side of the budget. it is what it is, and you see it before you. We go through the departmental expenditures at this point, and to save time, I'm not going to read the numbers. I'm just going to read the department. Again, those of you who want to ask questions or have comments can come to a microphone. So, Select Board, Mr. Dowdy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dennis Dowdy, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3. You, in fact, posed a question for the Select Board on the TMMA email list, and I am interested in hearing its answer.
I did?
Yes, you did. A year ago at the annual town meeting, this body overwhelmingly supported asking the Select Board to appoint a committee to study the town's use of printed and electronic communications. In the year since, I am unaware of any action having been taken to satisfy this request.
Okay.
And you posed the question,
Yep.
how long does it take to appoint a committee?
I did. All right. Mr. Green, it was a moment of weakness.
So how long does it take to appoint a committee? Depends on what else is going on. I think that's the answer to the question that was posed. You know, other committees have taken a while to organize, for example, the surveillance and military style equipment. It took a while, but we're meeting in the next few days. But, you know, there are a lot of things going on in this town. This is a volunteer select board. We get a little stipend, but we don't have the type of staff, secretary, others, to keep on top of everything as much as we'd like. So that's really the only answer I can give. It's not an excuse. It's just the reality that we face as a volunteer-based government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pretty weak response. Mr. Vitolo? No, I volunteer too.
Tommy Vitolo, Town Meeting Member at Large. Mr. Moderator, I regret that I missed some of Select Board Chair Bernard Green's comments earlier. I was downstairs looking for cookies, and we have run out. And so my question is, since I believe the Select Board budget is what pays for those cookies, is there room in the budget as soon as Thursday for additional cookies? Because we just didn't quite have enough.
Could we have a commitment from the Select Board?
Mel Fleckner, Town Administrator, there will be more cookies.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosenthal?
Yes, thank you. Marty Rosenthal, Precinct 9, and Chair of Brookline Pact. I alerted Mr. Kleckner that I would ask for an update on having documents going to be discussed at meetings, more of them available electronically, as we urged a couple of years ago, and there was a report last year, and I know there's been progress. I would just like to know what else is going on in the imminent future.
Isn't that exactly what Mr. Dowdy was, okay.
No, it's
Mr. Kleckner?
a separate issue. I think Mr. Kleckner understands the difference.
Yes, Mel Fleckner, Town Administrator. There are two separate issues. One was about a committee, about electronic notification and so on. And this one specifically relates to posting meeting materials that are intended to be discussed at a public meeting electronically. And I think, as we reported last year, we consider a solution, what we refer to as an agenda management system, as the most effective solution for that. And in fact, we have implemented that, and the Select Board is the first one to be participating in that. We believe that excuse me for a second. The Transportation Board is the next to go. Planning, we'd like to go live in a few months, and the Advisory Committee is the next department that will be trained. So there have been some efforts. Departments have been putting up their documents independent of the system, but the system will really make it more efficient and consistent. So that's where we're at on that one. Mr.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman?
Jane Gilman, Precinct 3. I also have a budget question on line 6 of expenditures. This is a standout among the other budget increases. of 6.1% for legal services. And I wonder if someone could explain this jump in
Well, why
costs.
don't you wait until we get to the legal services budget,
Thank
Ms.
you, thank you.
Gilman? Ms. Carroll? Okay, human resources. Yes.
I'm Joanna Baker, Precinct 13. Do we have a Director of Human Resources, and if there is a search, who are the members of the advisory committee?
Mr.
assisting?
Kleckner?
Yes, we have had a process and a panel, and I'm happy to announce a decision has been made. Unfortunately, we're not able to disclose that quite today, but I'm expecting that on June 4th, I'll be making a recommendation to the selectmen at that time.
Thank you.
And thank you. I do appreciate the documents that Marty was asking about, the ones that I've seen online. It's very good. Thanks.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yeah, I'm curious. I guess Mel can answer this question. Who in HR has oversight on the grievances? Like, do we have anybody in the HR department that's focusing on the grievances filed throughout the town?
Mr. Kleckner?
Yes, we have a bylaw that establishes the Human Resources Board who's responsible for that.
The board is? No one in? Okay, thank you.
Okay, information technology. Diversity, inclusion, and community relations. Finance Department. Ms. Gray? Mr. Gray? You know, I get mail addressed to Ms. Sandy Gadsby, so don't feel you're out in the cold there.
I really think you'd enjoy my wife a lot better than me. All right, can you hear me? So we're on.
Yeah, would you give us your name,
My
please,
name
sir?
is Jesse Gray, Precinct 10, and we're on the Finance Department.
Yes.
So there's $36,000 budgeted for 2 Chevrolet Cruises, which are fossil fuel consuming vehicles. And later in this town meeting, not tonight, I imagine, we'll be taking up warrant article 23, which addresses the electrification of the fleet. But that doesn't take effect until the next fiscal year. So I'm wondering what the town has in mind for whether they're still planning to purchase these fossil fuel consuming vehicles or whether there's another plan in place.
Mr. Kleckner.
Mr. Moderator, the town has agreed to delay procurement for the 2 pool vehicles in the Finance Department while a comprehensive vehicle policy is developed, provided there's no immediate failure of the existing vehicles. But our goal is to convert both, or at least move forward with 1 EV. As for the other vehicles in the fleet, the Sustainability Administrator is working with other town departments to explore alternative fuel options, grant opportunities, and potential infrastructure needs. If an alternative that falls within the budget meets the department needs and it becomes available, the department will pursue it. Thank you.
Mr. Richmond?
In a likewise vein, Clint Richmond, Precinct 6. I'm asking about the Ford Explorer. We're gonna ask about all these vehicles. It's not just the sedans that are going to be covered under the policy that we're going to be discussing later in town meeting, but there are hybrid SUVs, and I guess I don't know if it's for the fire chief or what, but maybe he might have some influence, and if the chief would be willing to consider an alternative such as the Toyota Highlander LE and XLE, which are basically the same size at the same or lower price. It's a hybrid. It would make many people in the Green Caucus happy.
Chief Sullivan?
John Sullivan, Fire Chief. We'd be happy to consider the Highlander if it fits within the budget. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Legal Services Advisory Committee. Does somebody have a question on Legal Services?
I do.
Yes, go ahead.
Beth Cates, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 9. I want to know if the legal services amounts here include monies for outside counsel regarding the Gerald Alston case.
That's a yes or no.
Another question, follow-up. Is it possible for town meeting to remove that allocation from the legal services?
Not at this point, ma'am. Ms. Gilman?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I spoke earlier. Jane Gilman, Precinct 3. I was curious about the inflation of the legal fees and item 6. 6.1% is a big, stands out with the other line items. Thank you.
Sure. Mel Kleckner, Town Administrator. You may recall that last year we decided to implement a new labor council position in the department in lieu of outside expenses. This year is the second half of that. We only funded half a year last year, and this is the full amount. So that's why there is that anomaly in the increase.
Thank you. Advisory Committee, Town Clerk, Planning and Community Development, Police. Mr. Bergstein?
Yeah, Brian Bergstein, Precinct 6. Mr. Moderator, I know it's late. I don't want to take too much time, but I wanted just to see if we could hear from the police chief, who has been doing a lot of work in Precinct 6 in the last couple months, which is since NETA opened up for recreational sales. And I know several of my constituents have brought to me and other town meeting members in Precinct 6 some concerns about the impact on the neighborhood. They've ranged from small scale kind of complaints about traffic and other things you would expect from any successful business in the neighborhood to newer problems such as public consumption of marijuana in the parks, on White Place, in Boylston Park, Emerson Park, and so on. And Chief Lipson has and his staff have been very open to hearing from my constituents in Precinct 6 and has, as far as I can tell, done a good job of working with NETA to get them to understand how they can be a good neighbor, and by all indications that's working out. But I want to ask Chief Lipson if he could elaborate on the situation as he sees it, how big of an impact it is, how much it's affecting the police department budget, which we will all note, on this in this chart that it's relatively flat, only a slight increase from past years. And so, in doing so, I think it would help us all understand better what Brookline really gets from pot shops in the form of this local impact tax. It's come up a few times tonight that this is a new source of revenue for the town, but I'd like the chief to help us understand how much of that money is going to go into, increased efforts to deal with the neighborhood impacts, and also whether this is something we should think about as more stores come online in the next coming years. Thank you.
Chief Lipson. And you might as well stay up at the microphone, Chief.
Good evening, Andy Lipson, Chief of Police. We have been working with the neighbors in the Brookline Village area in response to NETA. As of right now, we've been operating out of our regular budget. We will be looking to take advantage of the community tax impact funds that become available. It will help us increase foot patrols in the area. As it stands in our regular budget, Monday through Friday during school, we have a foot patrol officer in Brookline Village. NETA has agreed at our request to a pilot program on Friday and Saturday nights, the nights that were most concerning to the community, to hire an officer for a foot patrol in the area, and we've been supplementing that with our own officers. But when the funds do become available, we won't hesitate to request them.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal.
Yes, Marty Rosenthal again, Precinct 9. I sent a few questions to Chief Lipson, and I'm going to ask him now. The first one was the policy manual that's online for the police website. It's a wonderful document. What is all the yellow highlighting, and can that be described on the document so I won't be the only one puzzled by it?
The yellow highlights were the 2017 changes that were approved by the select board, and could probably be removed at this point.
Okay. The second question, it might be what Mr. O'Neill was asking, but in November of 1918, you were very positive about body cameras and dashboard cameras, and I know there's a lot of issues, legal issues, there's privacy issues, there's money issues. I hope there are not union issues, but there could be. What is the status on that now? Has there been any progress on that?
We continue to move forward. We're very interested in pursuing body cameras. There are a number of issues. Collective bargaining is one of them. Budget, policy and procedure, community engagement. They're all part of the process, and we're looking to move forward on those.
We'll just add also to the police commissioners that I hope that can keep moving forward with all deliberate speed. My other question was on the racial profiling data. You've clarified for me that the reports from 2018, I at least found confusing because there are two separate reports. One is entitled Racial and Gender Report, and the other is Racial Disparities Reports, but then it turns out that neither one of them has the motor vehicle race issues, which happens to be in the 2018 year-end report. So my first point is just a suggestion that the first two be consolidated as they were in 2016, and that they include the motor vehicle reports as well. But that's just a suggestion. The question is, those reports also include what's called field interrogations. And I saw the number being 26 for 2018, and that made me look at the manual that I referred to earlier as to what field contacts have to be recorded. And it turns out there's a bit of a judgment call on whether something is a field contact or a field interview. And I have to wonder if that should be clarified in the manual or whether 26 is absolutely the only number that should be in there. Do you understand that question?
I believe so.
Well, it's a 2-minute question. I would forgive you if you didn't.
But he does. So second time that someone's understood me that you didn't, Mr. Moderator.
Give it a shot, Chief.
In 2015, the process was changed. Field contacts are all the documented interactions that are entered in by our officers. Field interrogations are reviewed. They're all reviewed by a lieutenant, and persons of interest who have or about to or were caught in the process of committing a crime are designated as persons of interest. That's the number of 26 that you see, and they're very distinct.
Okay, well, I'll move to my last question, and that is the Responding to Mental Illness program, which was quite encouraging a few years ago, and I assume it's still going on. Can you just give a little update on that? Because the report last week on a Cambridge case made me wonder what's going on in Brookline as to that project.
Sure. Our response to mental health continues to be a leader, really, in the region. We have now over 100 of our 130 officers are trained in CIT training, which is a 40-hour training. We will be training all of our officers in CIT. We've trained over 400 officers from different departments, and it continues to be a very successful program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Jonathan Davis, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 10. Chief, it's pretty apparent that when one looks at microphone is out. Oh, okay. Thank you. It's pretty apparent, at least to me, but I think to many pedestrians, that bicyclists generally, many bicyclists will generally ignore red lights, will ignore no left turn signs, and will bust through pedestrian crosswalks. And I think that part of the problem, Chief, may be that they may not be well educated in what their responsibilities are. The interesting thing about this, Chief, is that Blue Bikes, which is supported by Blue Cross Blue Shield, has now started equipping their bicycles with baskets that include some rudimentary rules of the road that they hope, as an educational matter, that their customers will follow. The town supplies, on a seasonal basis, bicycle corrals, and I think that that might be a great place for the town to provide some educational material, perhaps in the form of all-weather signs. So I hope that you will reach out perhaps to your counterpart in the DPW and see if some educational material can be posted at the bicycle corrals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill?
Chief, sorry. You didn't ask my question like I wanted.
Tell us who you are, sir.
Donald O'Neill, town meeting member, Precinct 4. Donald O'Neill Sr., town meeting member, Precinct 4. How high on the list, priority-wise, is this body cam for you guys?
It's very important, but there's a number of challenges too. I have to speak to it. Boston started their program in 2015.
I have that information right here.
Sure.
Sorry to cut you off. So July 12, 2016, body-worn camera pilot program policy. Is that what you're about to talk about, or no?
No, I was just referring to the Boston Police pilot program started in 2015.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's 2019 now, and they're still making steps. There are challenges, and it's important. I support it 100%. We're working towards it, but you know, there's hurdles like everything else.
Nuts. All right. How do you jump that hurdle quicker?
Well, we just finished a collective bargaining session with our union.
Exactly.
The contract runs out in June, so we're beginning discussions now. We also have the Committee on Surveillance and Military Equipment, which is going to address camera issues, and there are issues of privacy there that have come up in other camera issues, and we'll be having those discussions again.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see, Mr. White. I'm sorry, Mr. Carroll.
Yeah, Frank Carroll, Precinct 10. I have a question concerning the electric scooter trial. I'm curious about the role of the police and public education and enforcement about the rules regarding the electric scooters. I'm particularly concerned about their operation on sidewalks, as they're hazardous to pedestrians.
Yes, we've been working with the Transportation Department. I have some statistics here on our e-scooter enforcement. Since April 1st, between April 1st and May 12th, we've interacted with over 400 e-scooter operators. We've cited or warned them 213 for riding without helmets, 78 for general enforcement, 69 for riding on the sidewalk, 43 underage operators, other ordinance violations. Those are documented stops that we've made. Our officers have spent over 104 hours of directed enforcement on the scooters, and that doesn't cover the everyday interactions that officers are having with people on scooters.
Thank you.
Thank
Hope
you.
that effort continues.
Mr. White?
Chief Lipson, question. It's
Yeah.
my understanding that...
Question from whom, sir?
I'm sorry. George Abbott White, Precinct 9. Sorry. Chief, it's my understanding that the officers or staff are provided, they have an equipment allowance?
Yes, they do.
Has that changed over the last year or so?
No, it has not.
Just out of curiosity, do you know when it was changed?
It's been the same since I came on the job in 1998.
Okay. Second question. You mentioned the number of staff, officers, and whatever. Are we at the level that you're comfortable with? Or are we still trying to get additional officers?
Well, we're budgeted for 136 officers. We're currently at 130 officers. I think there'll be a test result coming out in the fall, and I think we'll be looking to hire again off of that list.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McDowell.
Hi, Lisa Cunningham, Precinct 15. I see a line item for $499,000 under the police department budget for vehicles. I wanted to know if you have considered a non-fossil fuel alternative, or if that doesn't exist, a reduced emissions alternative.
Yeah, we're actually excited. This is the first year that Ford has come out with a police utility hybrid cruiser, and so we had asked for additional funding during the budgeting process so that we could purchase hybrid utility cruisers, and we will be purchasing them this coming year for the first time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Branoff?
Yes. Concerning the electric scooter program, I have a two-part question. First, based on your experience, Susan Branoff, Precinct 7.
Sorry.
Based on the experience you've had in the amount of time that your officers have spent in initiating enforcement of the laws, public safety laws surrounding the use of these scooters, how much do you anticipate it will cost the police department to enforce the laws surrounding safe use of electric scooters? And the second part of the question is the Board of Selectmen going to expect the rental companies to pay for this additional cost?
Thank you. It's tough for me to put a dollar figure on that. These are our officers who are out doing their daily activities and encountering these violations just as they would any other type of violation. So it's
You
hard
had
for
said
me.
though that they had spent 104 hours
Yes.
just in the first couple of months, in
Yes.
addition to their regular.
So that's during their regular shifts.
Mhm.
That's documented time that they've spent enforcing scooter violations. We do
Right.
that in a number of different areas. Speeding, distracted driving are areas we document specific efforts.
So is it possible to put a dollar cost to that?
I could try.
Okay.
That's all we can ask.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your baptism by fire. Fire, building, public works.
Moderator?
Oh, boy. Mr. Davis?
Yes, Jonathan Davis, Precinct 10. This is a question, this is a comment really for the Commissioner of Public Works. Thank you, Mr. Officer. So, as I had mentioned in my comment to the Chief of Police, I think that it's very noticeable that bicyclists very frequently will run red lights. Some of them will ride on commercial district sidewalks. They'll bust through crosswalks, pedestrian crosswalks. And the Blue Bikes have started to provide educational materials on the bicycles themselves as to rules of the road and proper behavior for their bicycle customers. And I am hoping that since the DPW does provide seasonal corrals for bicycles, that this might be a wonderful place to provide educational material to the bicyclists who use the corrals, and this might be done with all-weather signs, and I do hope that the Commissioner will try to reach out to the police department who have enforcement responsibilities to try to coordinate some sort of educational sign program for the corrals. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lechner?
Ed Leckler, Precinct 8. I see a line item for a cargo van with cabinets in the Department of Public Works budget, and I'm hoping that you will consider a non-fossil fuel vehicle for that particular item.
Andy Papasturgeon, Commissioner of Public Works. As with all of our vehicle purchases, if we can find one that's within the budget and it fits our needs, then yes, absolutely, we will consider that, yes.
Well, I'm hoping that if the budget might need expanding to satisfy that particular request, that maybe there'd be a way to do that. But I'll leave it to you to think it through.
Thank you. See Mr. O'Neill.
Donald O'Neill Sr., Town Meeting Member Precinct 4. I guess this is a question for the Highway Department, and I guess you can answer it, Andy. I'm curious on how much of the streets and sidewalk repairs does the town itself do rather than contractors do? So, for example, how many people on the Highway Department are qualified to do, or highway craftsmen, or allowed, or can do the streets and sidewalk repairs, so we're not using so many contractors to do the work?
We have a dual program that runs in parallel in terms of sidewalk repairs. We have in-house people in the highway division that are trained to do sidewalk repairs in both asphalt and concrete and brick. And I would put them up against any contractor anywhere in terms of the quality of their work. We also have a dual track where we fund through the capital improvements program. We have money set aside for contractual sidewalk repairs and street repairs as well. We don't have the staff or the resources to do all of that work in-house, which is why we use a dual track approach, and we try to maximize our efforts with the money that we have.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
So the question is, how many, so with the dual, can I look that up somewhere on what contracts the town does and what we do ourselves and what the contractors do? Is that on the website somewhere?
Well, as I just told you, we put out so much work under contract, and those contracts are bid every year, and we bring in contractors to do sidewalk replacement. At the same time, we're also doing sidewalk replacement with in-house services, and we have crews that in the highway division that are dedicated to perform that work.
Okay, so like the MEO2 truck drivers for the highway department, they're all qualified to do?
We have dedicated crews that are made up of all different types of positions that come together to form a working crew that's trained in doing that work.
Okay, Ms. Friedman, Dr. Friedman.
Paula Friedman, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 14. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My question is for transportation. I have concerns about safety of the roads for pedestrians, for bike riders, possibly scooter riders, and cars. I see a previous speaker spoke about infractions, and there are towns, I think possibly Newton, that have signs that say same road, same rules. I see there was a budget allocation for a contra lane, I think on Carlton Street or near Carlton Street, and there are other contra lanes already in town. I just wonder if we're considering same road, same rules for safety and prevention.
You want to answer that, Doug?
Mr. Corain.
Todd Crane, Train Station Administrator for the town. So we have several actual contraflow lanes. Cambridge has been sort of the pilot with contraflow lanes since the late 90s. We've had them since 2007. Essentially, a contraflow lane allows a bike to go in two directions in a marked lane where motor vehicles can go in one direction. We have had zero incidents, to my knowledge, of any issues or actual accidents relating to those contraflow lanes. They're very safe. They're well marked. They are signed with signs to cue the motorists that expect two-way traffic for cyclists, but only one-way for cars.
Thank you, Mr. Richmond.
Clint Richmond, Precinct 6. I just wanted to update people. You might have seen a recent reference to a budget amendment for composting at the elementary schools. I wanted to report that thanks to Mr. Kleckner, Commissioner Sturgeon, Papa Sturgeon, and Superintendent Bott, that we will have $15,000 to support the efforts at Lincoln, Runkle, and Pierce. So we're very pleased about that, and just wanted to commend everyone for that. 15,000.
Ms. Carroll.
Mine is not a question. I really wanted to come up to give, Carol, Precinct 10.
It's not a question. I wanted to give a compliment to DPW and thank them for giving us the flowers of spring, even though the weather didn't cooperate. It has been a beautiful display all over town, and I think they should be commended for it.
Yes, sir.
David Lowe, Precinct 11. And many comments of praise I could make. In the interest of time, I won't ask a question, but just an observation. A few years ago, I stood up and talked about idling. I also wanted to say I'm impressed to see how much the town has stepped up and taken concern about climate issues and purchase of non-fossil fuel vehicles. But I often see vehicles, and they tend to be DPW vehicles, idling when they don't seem to need to be idling. And so there's a pollution concern as well as the fossil fuel concern. I probably wouldn't come up to speak, except just a couple of weeks ago, I was in the middle of Coolidge Corner, and I asked the passenger in a vehicle if he could turn off his engine because it's a high pedestrian area, a lot of pollution. He did. A few minutes later, I came out of the bank or whatever, and the driver was sitting there idling, and I asked him and made a comment, and this is indicative that we haven't gotten the culture change that the rest of the town seems to have gotten about fossil fuel use. His answer was, "I'm allowed to idle for 5 minutes. It's state law." And when he took off, he of course gunned the engine and revved it, and just to sort of respond. So it's a petty comment, but I'm hoping that there's something we can do to work on awareness across all sectors of community. Thanks. Appreciate all the good work. I didn't mean to just complain.
Thank you. Ms. Pelkey?
Linda Olson, Pelkey, Precinct 2. I wanted to ask about recycling. I happened to notice the advisory committee considering a reserve fund transfer in rather large amount for the extra cost on recycling. And I'm wondering if there's any consideration to actually increasing the refuse fee as a result of that. And I'd also like to make a pitch for asking the department and the Solid Waste Advisory Committee to consider the fact that private larger buildings like the one I'm a trustee at has to hire private haulers because of the cost per unit is as excessive for the amount of trash that we produce. And so therefore, if we're spending additional tax revenue on additional trash costs, we are actually paying twice because we hire privately to haul our trash, and we pay extra because our fees aren't covering the cost of the trash. So I'd like to hear some good news about future recycling costs maybe coming down again, but that the cost issue is also foremost in my mind. Thank you.
I can say this about recycling. The recycling markets for the United States have gone into the tank ever since the Chinese closed the markets almost a year ago now through their National Sword campaign. I've talked about this at length with the Select Board. I've talked about this at length with the Advisory Committee. What's happening is we went from a situation based on our contracts with Casella Waste Systems, who handles our recycling, single-stream recycling contracts. We went from a situation where we were receiving anywhere from $7,000 to $10,000 per month in revenue from the processing of our recycling to a situation now where we're paying almost $30,000 a month in processing fees. And the formula that's used in our contract is fairly complicated, and it has a base level at it and different incentives. But we can't sustain that type of a processing hit on our budget, which is why I was forced last year at this time and again this year to request a reserve fund transfer to cover the costs. For FY20, we have increased the sanitation budget to include what I'm estimating is what those costs would be for fiscal 20. Therefore, not requiring us to go for reserve fund transfer, but that's based on what the markets are doing now. I do see some hope, perhaps this time next year where the recycling markets are gonna come back to a more normal condition. As far as adjusting the refuse fee, we are looking at that now in terms of making adjustments to the refuse fee, but I don't believe it would be effective in fiscal 20, although it could, if we got into a dire situation, it could be made effective sometime mid-year, but certainly in FY 21.
Thank you, Ms. Nobrega.
First, I want to also compliment the DPW staff. Thank you very much for all you do, particularly Aaron and Todd most recently have been very helpful. I should say who I am, Mariah Nobrega, Precinct 4.
Thank you.
The other thing, the question I wanted to ask is, about a month ago, I was walking to work in front of Brook House, and the light on the light pole fell off the whole metal, I don't know what you call that thing, armature, came down. And what crashed down on the sidewalk. And the next week I happened to be walking by when the repair crew was there to install it. And I asked the gentleman what had gone wrong, and he said that the bolts that secure the long arm to the concrete pole had rusted out. And I asked him what the town maintenance process was to make sure that this didn't happen. And he couldn't tell me what the process was. And given the accident that killed the woman on Coolidge Street, I think last year with the tree, I wondered if there was any sort of, and given the how many of this same style of light fixture is around the town, I wondered if there was an actual process by which you check those bolts to make sure that they're not rusting out, and so that similar things to what I witnessed don't occur again.
That situation was an anomaly. We just completed a townwide replacement of all of our street lights from sodium vapor to LED. And as we were doing the replacements with in-house crews, the crews would inspect the arms. Those are the extension arms and the mounts on the poles. So all that was inspected within the last 4 years, every one of our street lights and the arms. So that particular pole, for some reason, failed, and we're not sure why. But yes, we do inspect them regularly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I noticed that those of you who are free to leave are starting to leave, and I remind you to turn in your handheld devices in the appropriate bin in the lobby. Ms. Lodish?
All right, I was Pamela Lodish, Precinct 14. I was going to also suggest that people are beginning to leave, or many have already left, and might there be any way we could take a break and finish this tomorrow night?
Well, Ms.
On
Lodish,
Thursday, because it's really, we're talking about asking important questions. We still have to hear from the superintendent. And it just feels like people put so much effort into preparing their answers and their information that we're losing it.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to take a motion to adjourn at this time. We've got, in my estimation, less than half an hour to go, and I don't want to interrupt the entire budget by adjourning for 2 days. That concludes the questions for you, Mr. Papasturgeon. Thank you very much. Library, Health and Human Services, Veteran Services. Yes. Well, is the librarian here? Ms. Simon? Go ahead and ask your question.
So my question is, yesterday I was in the
Who are you?
Oh, Janice Kahn, town meeting member from Precinct 15. Thank you very much. I was at the Newton Public Library yesterday and noticed that they have RFID returns of their books, and was wondering whether this was on your wish list and whether the advisory committee might have a clue that this is sort of in the offing for Brookline.
Ms. Slyman?
Hi, Sarah Slyman, Library Director. Yes, it's actually in the CIP. I have proposed it a number of times in the CIP and it hasn't made the cut, but I'm going to keep after it because I think it's important for all 3 locations.
Thank you. Health and Human Services, Veteran Services, Council on Aging, Recreation. Yes.
Jennifer Goldsmith, Precinct 11. I have a question on the rec department budget. Is the director here for a question?
Yes, Ms. Gallanty. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson?
So, sort of two questions. Sorry, I'll speak into the mic. Gotcha.
Who are you?
Again, I'm Jennifer Goldsmith, Precinct 11. So just a couple questions. One is I noticed, and we met at the advisory, but I'm asking the questions just for public comment. The recreation budget grew by 6% in expenses. Only the legal budget grew at the same percent. Everything else grew by 1 or 2% or declined. So I'm hoping you can speak to that increase. And then my second question is, I believe that in the year ahead, you've got a planning process coming. Is that correct?
A planning process?
Like a recreation use planning process?
Yes, you must be talking about the master plan.
Yeah, I wanted to ask if you can speak to whether that's exclusive to describing the golf course as a golf course in the master plan, or if you're viewing it as a master plan on recreation that can think broadly about uses of all of our recreation land. So first the expense and then the question about the master plan.
In terms of the expense, so Melissa Goff, Deputy Town Administrator, the rec revolving fund, I think you're speaking to specifically, that is funded with fees for programs and services. In addition, the department is also using retained earnings to fund a couple of initiatives within the department. So it's a little bit different from the general fund items. So the general fund budget for recreation is going up 2.5%.
Okay, thanks. I do notice that year after year, you guys budget, I notice year after year, the rec department, that revolving fund, budgets really optimistically on revenue and never hits its targets. So I'm wondering why this year is different from all other years.
So we set a cap on the spending based on program growth, and so if they don't bring enough revenue to meet that the cap, then they stay within what their projected revenue is. They have a fund balance that they're able to use for one-time purposes, and that's what's happening in fiscal 20.
Thank you. And the second issue?
Yes, so we did plan on doing a Parks and Rec master plan for this year. We have decided to pull out the athletic needs assessment and address just the athletic needs field assessment, which does not include the golf course. And that was moved forward last week or the week before at the select board and approved. Vendor approved Greenplay.
So
I believe that's what you're asking about.
I guess I don't understand the answer. So you're saying you're only talking about fields and not the golf course, or only about the golf course and not the fields?
Correct. We've moved forward just the field assessment project out of that, so we are no longer doing a master plan for all of recreation and parks and open space to include the golf course at this time. We may consider it in the future.
Thank you. Personnel Services Reserve, Collective Bargaining Town, and the school. Superintendent Bott. I know you've been back there figuring out how to make your remarks less voluminous, but you have the 10 minutes you requested if you need it.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have been working on how to reduce my remarks. So I typically, the past couple of years, have opened my presentation with the goals, the mission, and vision of the Public Schools of Brookline. What I want to say today is this, quite simply. My approach and my belief of my role as superintendent is to organize the district, the resources, the supports, and all the work we do in support of schools. I'm the superintendent of schools and need to focus and do focus on all of those systems, all of the organization. But I was a principal for 14 years, and I deeply appreciate and understand the complexities of schools. And so what I bring before you tonight is a budget that is focused on schools, on resources in our schools directly to support our students. There's a chain of a belief that I believe the role of the superintendent and central office staff is to support principals. So principals can support educators, so educators have the ability to do their best work with our students and directly support our students. I had some. Got it. So our budget was a bit challenging this year in that our fixed costs increased far more significantly than revenues did, and the resources available via the town school partnership. I want to highlight for town meeting that this budget, despite those challenges, and I'll speak specifically to what those challenges were, are what you can see behind me. Maintaining the quality of programs and services in face of our continued enrollment growth, focusing on maintaining our small class sizes, making progress in many areas via student assignments, via the buffer zones to start bringing down class sizes, although they are still large in many places. Ensuring our students have equitable access to what we offer, and high quality modern facilities, a debate much of town meeting earlier tonight, and continuing our progress and efforts to eliminate persistent opportunity and outcome gaps. Now here's the challenge that we faced. Our revenues were down for several reasons. One was just the net town revenues were down. And then there were additional charges. The commissioner was just speaking of increased costs for recycling, and therefore our costs for recycling via and the charges, what we paid via the town school partnership increased. We also had significant increases in fixed costs relative to, and specifically with out-of-district tuition for special education students. We saw a rise of about 7 students, but the cost of out-of-district placements can range anywhere from $86,000, $87,000. My apologies. $86,000, $87,000 to over $200,000 plus the cost of transportation, which averages somewhere between $20,000 and $30,000. And so when you think about the scale of each tuition, 7 students is a significant, significant increase. And so you can see at the bottom that at the beginning of our budgeting process, doing both maintenance of our existing program and enrollment growth, we were facing a $1.8 million budget deficit. And $1.3 million of that was due to increased special education costs, legal services, and a correction of our athletic program budget. The athletic program has long not been self-sustaining off a revolving fund, and so we needed to make that right because of how important the athletic program is, in particular at Brookline High, to students, to families, and to the entire high school community. So we approached the budget maintaining our current staffing levels, fulfilling our contractual obligations, responding to our ongoing enrollment increases, and continuing the investments that were approved by voters just last year in the override. This gives you a sense of the overall, what the override request would have been for this year, which would have been a $6.8 million increase. Revenues and the modification was a $6.289 million increase, and so the net change was a $514,000 reduction in our overall operating budget off of what was projected and put forth as part of the 3-year override plan. Another way to look at it, so those increases, almost $5 million of that is maintenance of effort, and that's all increased salary. It's holding approximately 5% for salary increases depending on the outcomes of collective bargaining. That's 2%, an assumption of 2% cost of living, and 3% increases for steps and lanes. And so that's the appropriate amount to hold for salary increases. We have an additional $1.3 million for enrollment growth, and that's a combination of new positions for the high school as well as new student services positions or additional student services positions in our K-8 schools, specifically nursing, guidance, and supports for English learners. And then continuing strategic investments, and specifically this $224,000 is almost entirely support for our new director of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and is $200,000 for professional development, an additional about $20,000 for increase for student trainings, in particular the work we've been doing with the Anti-Defamation League over the last 2 years. I want to share with town meeting, there's been a lot of discussion about positions that have been added, what positions that have been added since the 2015 override, and I think that it's important just to have clarity of information. You can see that we have added a lot of positions since the passing of the 2015 override. Between the 2015 override and this fiscal year, we've added 121.2 teaching positions, 57.1 paraprofessional positions, 4.4 educational leaders. This is Unit B, which is one of our bargaining units, part of the Brookline Educators Union. So those are all school-based or curriculum coordinator positions. 4 educational leaders that are non-union positions, 2 of those being deans of students, 6.6 secretaries and custodians, and then 3 additional positions that were non-union staff. And so I think it's really important to see that 95% of the positions that have been added, so 97% of the positions that have been added since 2015 are school-based positions. 5 of the positions that were non-school-based were Office of Student Affairs, compliance positions, or in areas we're out of compliance, a payroll manager, which many hours ago, Sean Lynn Jones spoke to the work that Ms. Dunn has been doing, and my attempt at humor at this late hour, I apologize, did not go over well, but a payroll manager to ensure even tighter and stronger fiscal practices within the school department, our director of equity, and a special assistant for strategy and performance. And so when you think about it another way, 94% of those positions have been educators and educational leaders, school-based, and then that 3%, that 90 to get 97% is our custodians and secretaries. So just one other way to look at that same chart to see the positions that were added, and that trend is continuing in the budget that is before you today. That trend is continuing. We're adding 15 teaching positions to the budget for next year, including 8 in the end at the high school, as well as guidance. As I mentioned a minute ago, additional guidance, nursing, and English language learner position, 4 special education positions, and so again, all school-based positions, student-facing positions in the budget request. That was a very brief, much briefer presentation than I had planned. Thank you for giving me the 5-ish minutes. And really, I want to thank you. I want to thank the community members and all of our town partners, because without this true town-wide partnership, we wouldn't be able to do the great work that we do each and every day in our schools. And I want to end with a thank you to our educators. Our educators are truly the people who make the magic happen in our schools. And I think it's just important that I appreciate the discussion tonight about the impact that the space challenges have on our educators. It is incredibly hard on our students, on our families, and our educators. And I want to end with that, again, a real thank you to the 1,175 professionals who work in our schools, who make a difference each and every day for our children. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bernard, is it?
Yes, Ms. Bernard, who has to get home to let her high school babysitter home. Lauren Bernard, Precinct 8 town meeting member. I'm not sure where on your chart this category would fit in, but I've asked for this number for about 4 years now, and I'm hoping to get an answer either from you or from Ms. Norman. But what is the dollar amount we're spending on consultants, mentors, coaches? I don't know if that's considered building level or not, or central office, or another budget entirely. But it seems to me in recent years we use a lot of consultants, and I'd like to know what that dollar amount is for this year and projected for next year. Thank you.
I don't have the specific dollar amount for this year, but there are very few that are used this year. The consultants typically that are hired this year are out of the Office of Professional Development that would provide specific professional development. I'll give an example of an upcoming professional development with the Buck Institute, which is really renowned for project-based learning. That is a contract. It could be described as a consultant. We did not, we also mentor, our teacher mentoring is all in-house. And in the budget book is actually identified on the different line items where it lands in the different budgets.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Bott. Moving along, vocational education assessments and non-departmental expenditures. Employee benefits, Mr. Spritz.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator. Hi,
Yes.
sorry, I had a question on the schools.
Okay.
Isaac Silverberg.
Mr. Silverberg.
Isaac Silverberg, town meeting member, precinct 14. Superintendent Bott, a question that I've asked for the past couple of years, and you've been able to provide data every time. Thank you. Is just what percentage of our students are eating lunch in the K-8 schools, either before 11 a.m. or after 1 p.m., and have there been any kind of notable shifts in this that we should be aware of? Thank you.
So 18% of our, Andrew Bott, Superintendent, 18% of our students are eating lunch before 11 a.m. or after 1. That's up 1% from last year when it was 17%. The notable shift in this is that last school year it was 11% of our students eating before 11 and 6% eating after 1. This year it shifted earlier, so it's a full 17% eating before 11 or starting lunch before 11 and only 1% starting lunch after 1 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Employee benefits, Mr. Spritz.
Yes, Nathan Spritz, Precinct 16. Same question I've asked for the last couple of years. Melissa, could you please let us know? Oh, sorry, Gina. Could you, Mr. Moderator, can you please let us know? I will address my questions to you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
I would like to know how our pension fund and our OPEBs have done from an investment standpoint. So, what's the total amount that we have in the bank today, or with the trusts, compared to what the actuary said? And how has that progressed over the last year?
Well, I actually don't know the answer to that, but maybe Ms. Franconi does.
Thank you, Gina Franconi, Finance Director. Our pension liability is $530 million, and currently we have funded $302 million, which is 57%. Our OPEB liability is $283 million, and we have funded $46 million, and that is 16% funded.
Thank you. Reserve Fund, Stabilization Fund, Affordable Housing, Liability, Catastrophe Fund, General Insurance, Audit, Professional Services, Contingency Fund, Out-of-State Travel, Ms. Frawley.
Regina Frawley, Precinct 16. Reserve Fund, can I get a percentage broken down of how much was done for different categories such as legal? Thank you.
You want a breakdown of the expenditures of the current fiscal year reserve fund?
Yes, into different categories. How
Is there
much?
anyone who can give us that breakdown? Ms. Goff?
Mr. Goff, Deputy Town Administrator, I can send you that detail. I don't have it with me at this point. I don't have it with me, but I can send it to you.
Okay, thank you. Out-of-state travel, printing of warrants and reports, MMA, Mass Municipal Association dues, borrowing. So we have total non-departmental expenditures of $89,290,000, total general appropriations of $284,947,167. There are special appropriations, which we've dealt with the capital items, and the total appropriated expenditures are $294,714,197, and there are non-appropriated expenditures that we don't have any control over. So the total budget is $303,529,935, and I will take a motion to approve the budget as presented and explained to you. Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. That motion carries unanimously. I'll take a motion to,
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to confirm the presence of a quorum.
I'm not even going to pay any attention to that.
Could we
Mr.
just do a
Silverberg.
recorded vote on it, and the number of clickers will easily determine the presence of a quorum? It'll
Sit
take
down,
60
please.
seconds.
Come on, Mr. Silverberg. There are 150 people here. But if you are seriously making a motion for a quorum, we'll have an electronic vote and determine whether a quorum is present. This is a quorum count. Now, for this count, you press one. Well, whatever you press, it'll record. It'll record. There are 137 people here. Any bets? We'll count you. There's your quorum, Mr. Silverberg. You're welcome. I'll take a motion to adjourn until 7 o'clock on Thursday. Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Town meeting is adjourned until 7 p.m. on Thursday.